Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
What's going on?
Hey,
Oh, is your shit working?
What's that? What's going on?
I was saying, oh, you got your shit working.
Yeah, if I drop out, my computer's acting goofy. I got a new one coming now, so
Nice.
yeah, it'll be my first first one I've bought in about 4 years. So I was about due. Did you hear any of the political chat?
Nope. I assumed it was all going to be Trump-based, considering Trump is now the Republican,
Oh dear
choice.
God, you
Oh man, it was awesome.
should have listened to it. Awesome. No, it started with an A, but and a W, but awesome was not what I was thinking. Man, DB went so far off the rails.
Inspiring?
It was
Opulent? Automatopoeia? I don't know what you're going with this AW thing.
Full.
Oh. Nah, it's Matt's chat. Can't be awful.
I don't know. I think at one point Matt just sat back and just let it derail. Yeah.
Who's driving this space bus?
like it was like sitting at Thanksgiving dinner, and people arguing.
It was.
Oh,
It's
shit.
a good thing they weren't all in the same room, man.
I know.
Or maybe it would have been better that way.
Apparently, this weekend I have to go out to dinner with my overly liberal lesbian aunt from my wife's side.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna drink. Someone's getting called a fat bitch. It's gonna be great.
You should wear a Trump T-shirt.
I mean, it's Texas, so I can open carry. Just open carry like a big old fucking something obnoxious. I don't know. Fill in the blank.
Oh hell, just strap on the AR.
Oh no, worse than that. I'll strap on the fucking M92 PAP.
thought you were going to say strap on the dildo, but
I mean, it's a lesbian. I'm sure they've seen plenty of that in the shape of fists. The little Black Power fist.
of course, aren't those illegal to open carry down there in Texas?
No, you just call them cake toppers.
Okay. I was hoping Bob and Moon would jump in so we can discuss the transgender CZs.
Oh. So what bathroom does a CZ go into?
It can go in both.
Mm. Yeah. Also, another great thing, I found out that said aunt ended up acquiring all of my wife's grandfather's guns, who was a sheriff back in the day. Apparently, one of them was a Colt Python, a 6-inch.
There's a liberal lesbian need with a 6-inch python. Don't answer that.
Well, you know, it's not like she's getting that 6-inch python from her lover.
Yeah, maybe it's just a silicone python.
You know, I hear they like scissoring, but I don't know about her. I mean, like lesbians in general. Either way, I'm gonna try to like somehow weasel that gun away and like get it.
Just tell her it's only worth like a couple $100.
Well, I think she already, because I was told over Thanksgiving that apparently she sold a bunch of, like, those guns were supposed to go to my wife and her brother.
Oh, that's shitty.
But her brother is, like, kind of anti-gun. Like, he just doesn't want them. He doesn't want guns around or any of that. So they weren't going to give them to her brother, so she was supposed to get all of them. However, she sold a lot of them. So I don't know if the Python was one of the ones she sold. I just know that was one of the ones he had.
I have a friend who I'm not sure how they're related to him. Anyway, he has someone that's fairly closely related to him. They had someone passed. Their guns went to his mother. His mother is, I guess, anti-gun, more like deathly afraid of guns and all that crap. She took them all to her neighbor and gave them to her neighbor. I don't want these. And apparently it was a pile of guns, a bunch of like old military guns, some of them allegedly quite collectible. But apparently she gave a ton of shit away. Some of it they got back. They got the guy to give or sell or trade some of the stuff back to him, but some of it he knew what he had and he wasn't parting with it.
Man, that's some shit right there. I wish I had a fucking neighbor like
The
that.
stuff they got back though was enough to tell me that they were right in their assumption that the whole collection was probably pretty damn collectible, because the stuff they got back was like some pretty old stuff. There was an M1 carbine that was like, it was like an inland. I don't think it was one of the ones that's really, really collectible, but it was one that's worth a fair bit of money. And there was a 1911 in there that was worth quite a bit, stuff like that. And then there was the shit that they didn't get back, which was, from what I understand, a bunch of bringbacks and shit.
Yeah, that's some overly disappointing stuff.
Yep, sucks for them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of lame though. Like, I'm not going to inherit any guns from my family because none of my fucking family has guns.
My fucking brother got all the good shit from my family, because my dad's really the only one that has any good shit. And several years ago, he split up most of his guns except for a couple of them. I thought he was dying or some shit, because he comes giving me these guns, and I'm like, okay. He was moving, and he was going to be living in this little bitty apartment, so he didn't want to have to do all that shit. So he went ahead and he was already planning on, this gun was going to be mine, this is going to be my brother's, and all this shit. So he went ahead and gave us what he was planning on giving us anyway. And except he kept a couple of things, for his own self. Just, I think he kept one handgun and then a rifle and a shotgun. But like my brother got his old A5. My brother got his old Winchester 30-30. I got his 12 gauge and his 410. To him, those meant more to him than the others. They have no value, but they meant more to him because the 410 was his first gun. The 12 gauge single barrel was the first one that he bought. So those meant more to him. And sentimentally, they're worth more. But the A5 and the Winchester actually have more value. They're more collectible. Because it's one of the old A5s.
The A5 is that shotgun, right?
Yeah, the Browning with the humpback.
Right, the repeating shotgun or whatever.
Yeah, it's Browning semi-automatic shotgun. The one with the barrel moves when you shoot it.
The barrel moves?
Yeah, that's how the recoil works.
Word?
Yeah, I was pretty much the only one in my family that had guns, so. And my mom, she still got her, the gun I got her for Mother's Day, but that's about the only gun outside of the immediate family that anybody has.
Yeah, like my dad has a few guns now, mainly because I fucking gave them to him. So, like, if he were to pass, I'd basically get my guns back.
Yep.
So, whoopee fucking do for that. Shit, I already didn't care enough to have. I would be getting back.
Oh, trust me, I'd take Mom's gun in a heartbeat. It was a Smith & Wesson 640.
Yeah, a fucking Glock 17, a Gen 3 Glock 17C, and a fucking AR-15. Ooh boy, all day.
Yeah, because I was going to buy Dad a 1911 or a Taurus Judge for Father's Day this year, but he just kind of like the sides of the Judge.
I think people
1911
just like to say they got a judge.
Yeah. In 1911, that's what he worked on when he was an armorer in the Army.
Well, everybody needs a 1911.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Preferably one of those Chris Kyle 1911s. That my gun shop told me they don't know when the fuck they're getting one of those, and they can't put me on a list for it.
Well, aren't they only making like 1,000 of them or something?
Yeah, they should be able to get them over their distributors.
Those are already sold out.
Like, I went in the other day and talked to them. They're like, look, they're like, there's a good chance we'll get one. We can't promise it to, if we're getting it, we can't promise it to anyone. I'm like, look, just put me on a list. I'll fucking pay for it the second it arrives. And they're like, well, we can't do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's because they want it.
Well, put me on a freaking list and give me the call when it comes.
Like, it's like you fuckers know me. I've been coming here since you fucking opened. Let me purchase. I'm not even asking for like a discount or shit. Just let me purchase the gun. I'm telling you. I'll show you the money. I'll pay for this goddamn gun. They're like, well, we'll see. I'm like, I know what the fuck that means.
See, that's the nice thing about gun shops. There's always another one down the road that you can walk into and say, I need to order this gun.
Well, I mean, I can't talk too much shit about them. Like yesterday, despite the fact that my birthday's like next week, yesterday they sent me a message being like, "Yeah, come in," and I'm like, "All right, whatever." So I like stopped in. They gave me a Glock 17 magazine, the like 33 rounder, and like a box of 308 as like a birthday gift kind of thing.
Nice.
And that was when I was specifically like, "Yeah, I want that Chris Kyle gun. Give me that too. Give me give me on the list of that."
I'm pretty sure though that even though they're not technically sold out before they sell out, I'm pretty sure that they're all already, the wheels are already in motion to set those guns to where they're going.
Oh yeah, if you have enough money, then
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
you're
saying.
fucking getting that
Yeah.
gun.
Like I said, it's not the gun shop. It's their distributor they deal with. Like my gun shop deals with two main distributors that they can pretty much get any gun that I walk into and ask for. So I mean, it's just the right connections that they got.
Although I'm starting to get kind of conflicted. Like, I found out about this new shop in Plano. It's like 30 minutes from me. Fucking, they are like so much cheaper. Like, by a lot than like the gun shop that I go to all the time. But it's like I go to this one all the time. And going with this like these guys for like a fucking like since they've opened. They all know me in there. They all pretty much know when I'm walking in what I'm basically going to buy. However, this other place is like super fucking cheap.
No, it doesn't hurt to be on friendly terms with more than one gun shop.
I mean, this other shop is like a bigger box shop.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I was just about ready to say it's always good to keep multiple mom and pop brick and mortar shops in business. So.
Well, like straight up, they're the
Yeah.
guys I fucking bought a suppressor from because the guys like the shop that's like close to me, they were trying to sell it for like $200 more than what this other shop was, and I'm like, well, I'm going with them because fucking $500 for a Spec War K is like a great price. And plus, like the other shop would, like the Plano shop, they filed all the paperwork for me, and I just gave them like $215 for the tax stamp. So they cut the check for the tax stamp, and then they're tracking everything and making sure all goes well.
Yeah,
Instead
there's
of
a
me having
place
to do
near
it.
here that supposedly does that. I don't know. They advertise that they do everything for you. Like you just go in, you pay for you pay for the suppressor and all of the everything. They file everything for you. Pretty much all you have to do is cross the T's and dot the I's.
Yep, like all I had to do is bring in my trust, and then like,
Well, they'll even help you get all that shit done and all that for you, and then you pay whatever it costs to get that set up. But even if you don't have one, they'll help you get all that set up. So
I'm sure they'd help.
supposedly they do it like all the way through.
I'm sure they would, if I asked, they would have helped. Like they had fucking the Silencer Co. coupons for like, you basically just scan that in, and then it like orders you one of the Easy Trust things, and they help you fill it out. But like, either way, they fucking handled everything. I just now have to just play the waiting game. Like all I did was bring in my trust, and I was set. And like this other place has a Mark 25, like the Sig Mark 25, for like $1,000, but it's like the threaded barrel one. The shop by my house fucking has it for $99, for $999, but it's like the regular barreled one. It's not threaded. So, like, you know, the struggle is real.
So, anybody know anything about Sony Handycams? I take that as a no.
Nope. The last one I ever bought was a JVC that actually took rolls, the little
Oh, yeah.
cartridge.
I have an old Handycam that takes the which one is it? The VHSC, I think, or 8mm, what, HD or some shit anyway. Those little bitty cassettes. I don't remember which format it is, but it's the little tiny cassettes.
Yeah, that's what mine takes.
Yeah, I've got one of those, but then I've got a new one, or newer one. It's a couple of years old, I think. I think I've mentioned it before. Shit, I can't even find it now. Oh, what the hell my wife did with it? She cleaned up in here and she moved my bag. There it is. No, that's the other one. I don't know. It's around here somewhere. Anyway, I tried to use it today. People were talking about, wanting us to do some videos of shooting and stuff. So this morning, I took my camcorder up to the shop, and we were going to go out back and shoot and stuff, and we were gonna crank up Tracy's track chair and get him in it, and take the tank out and all that stuff. Is that my bag? Thanks. Anyway, we were gonna do all that shit, but Daryl was sick today, so he didn't make it in. Me and Jason went out back and took his little shotgun that he had on the show the other night with the barrel inserts. We took it out back and shot it. Well, I took my camera with me, and the color is all fucked up on my camera. And I can't understand it because I've got some old clips in here that I took, and on the playback on them, it's fine. But on the screen, on just viewing or recording or playing back new stuff, the color's all like saturated and bleeding. It's almost looks like you turn the saturation way up on the settings or something.
You don't have anything on the lens, do you?
No, no. No, it's I cleaned the lens off and everything, but because to begin with, I thought that's what, because it was just like a green haze was the first thing I noticed. So I cleaned the lens off, and it was still doing it. And then I noticed that some things like go really, really pink. Other things turn really bright green, and it's just the colors just saturate really, really heavily. It's like like if you go into Photoshop on a picture and go in and turn the saturation way up, and the way that it distorts the color in the picture, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a white balance or something in the setting. Is there like different settings?
That's what I'm thinking, but there's no way to change those settings. There's no way to change the white balance because it sounds like a temperature issue, like in an old CRT monitor where the temperature settings would get screwed up, and you would have to go in and change that on the inside because you didn't have external controls. So you had to go inside the monitor and change that. But this crap's all solid state and everything, so there's no way to change that. There's no settings for it in here. So I thought it might have been like an effect, like a special effect setting or something. So I went in through all the settings and everything. I don't know. Only thing I figure is that it must have happened to it the last time my wife and son used it, because they use it all the time too, and it must have happened when they used it. The last thing they used it for, though, turned out fine. I guess I need to get another one. The sound isn't really good on this anyway. Hell, I barely hear in the playback on it. I can barely hear Jason talking in it, and I was pretty close to him when I was recording. But yeah, the color is just all screwed up on this thing. Panning around in the room with it right now, it almost looks like thermal. The way the colors are all saturated.
It was like a Predator movie.
Yeah, that's how saturated the color is. It looks like thermal imaging almost. Looks like Predator vision.
I wonder if maybe it got wet somehow. Maybe like this.
That's kind of what I was wondering, because they sometimes film down at the creek sometimes, and I've taken it and done stuff down there with it. Usually I take still pictures with it when I go down there, but they use it sometimes down at the creek, and I wondered if it might have gotten some moisture in it or something. I don't know. It wasn't that expensive of a camera to begin with, and I've had it a couple of years, so if I have to replace it, it's no big deal. I just thought it might have been some kind of something I was overlooking that somebody might have run into before.
Holy shit, there are two pinks. Although one looks a surprisingly lot like Moon.
Is it one of these?
Yeah, except it's the white one instead of the black one. I think it's the same. No, it's not quite the same model, but it looks like that though. Except mine's HMX F90. The fuck is I don't know what the resolution. 720. Yeah, it looks like it.
Something
right
like
there.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you just have night vision?
Yeah.
Well, I just get a new one and use this one for
Yeah. The night. I was gonna say something about that earlier. The night shot stuff on it seems to still be fine. I just noticed it earlier that when it's like it automatically switches when you get really, really dark. Well, there's a setting on it where it can, and when it switches to the dark, or they don't call it night shot anymore. My old one, they called it night shot, but they call it something else now. But when it switches to that, it's fine. But everything's kind of grayscale then. So what is there to saturate?
Yeah, because I don't know which. There was a way that you could like add a lens to the front, and you can actually bump this up to your scope and simulate a night vision scope. Because that's
Really?
I've seen a lot of I've seen over there in Europe or England where they have the air rifles.
Yeah.
There's a lot of videos online where they, for like $27, they make a night vision scope, and all they're doing is taking these
Well, I
and
guess as long as you
strapping
as
them
long
in
as you
front of
could,
their.
yeah, as long as you could stabilize this thing, and if you
Yeah,
had something with a reticle, then you probably could, because there's a app that you can buy that has a mount that you can. Well, I think the app is free, but there's a mount that you can buy for a phone that will
right.
mount your phone to a gun on a Picatinny, and it's supposed to be fairly stable. As far as I don't know how it would hold up to bigger guns, but it's supposed to be fairly stable for holding zero on an AR or lighter. And I've got the app, and it used to work pretty good as a rangefinder, but that's like a feature you have to pay for now. So it's kind of not that great anymore, unless you just want to look at shit through a reticle field.
Yeah, all they did was just butt this up to the scope, and it showed the reticle of the scope through the lens right here,
Yeah.
and they were
Well,
using it to
if your
shoot
scope matched
rats.
up to it, it would probably fit pretty well, because this is a completely flat surface here on the outer bezel of the lens is completely flat. Yeah, you can kind of tell in the picture that's perfectly flat right there and smooth.
Yeah.
So it would
Yeah,
butt
I
up
just get
to
a
a
new
scope that
camera
had a
and
good.
I just get a new camera and use this as a toy to make a night vision scope.
Yeah, I might do that. I mean, if that was my last ditch, was seeing if maybe somebody had run across that and knew a fix for it, or something I was missing. I tried taking the battery out of it and doing a hard reset, which I guess there's not really a hard reset for this thing, but I pulled the battery out and left it out and held the power button down and all that good shit. It didn't really have any effect on it, so I guess that's not really a thing with this device. But
Yeah, see, like that one right there, it's got a ridge on it. I think that one actually
yeah,
has a thing to where you can screw on the end to where it mates up. But I was actually looking on eBay at the Chinese knockoffs just so I could make a cheap
yeah.
night vision scope.
I don't like the ones that look like cameras, or that look
Right.
like phones rather. I don't like that shit. I want one that looks like a camcorder, so that so that I can, so it's got that little hand strap on it.
Right.
There's not a lot of those that are still made, apparently, because when I bought this one, it was kind of hard to find it, because there was a couple of different models of this, and then there was I think there was a JVC, and I think that was pretty much it. Just the other model of this that I found was like a more serious model. Yeah, something like that, like the with the big optical zoom lens on the front of it.
Yep.
I didn't want to invest that much in one.
A 3D Handycam.
That'd be useful. I may just get a good action cam. But I don't know how much action I'm going to be using it for. I mean, most of the crap I plan on using it for is, I mean, my wife and kids use it to just film crap outside creeks and stuff, and I plan on using it to film shit out back at the shop and just basically just shooting and stuff. I mean, whatever we decide to do with it there. And
this is something like what I've got.
Action cam of some kind. Daryl's never even hooked it up. I don't even know what kind it is. Something he bought. He found it in a pawn shop. It was still in the box when he found it. I'm not sure what brand it was or anything. It looks like that thing that Hosh had here a month or so ago that he said he found it at Walmart on clearance or something, and some of us were looking for it and they were all sold out of them everywhere. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good one there.
Yeah, this is the one that I was talking about. It takes the
little that's the mini DV, yeah.
Then the one before this one was an actual camera that took many discs.
Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, it took like a mini DVD format.
Yeah.
This is the one I'm using here that I have the Canon Vixia HF6 R600. I think it's almost discontinued if it's not, so you might be able to find some deals on something like that.
Oh yeah, that's like the same form factor. So yeah,
it just takes the SD cards.
Yeah, that's what this one does, is SD cards.
Right there. It's got a little mini disc.
Oh yeah, I remember those. Yeah, I never had one of those, but I remember seeing them. I had one of the camcorders that used the mini disc. It didn't last me very long though. Funny thing is, I think the best camcorder I've ever had is that that Sony Handycam with Night Shot down here that used the video cassettes, the little mini cassettes. Let's see what form factor it is. It's NTSC. No, that's fucking. What the hell? This just says 8 on it. Pretty sure it's VHS-C though. If I whip this thing out somewhere now, people would think it was something highly advanced. Video 8 XR. 200x digital zoom.
There you go.
Wow. That's gonna knock the hell out of you when you. What are you supposed to do with your face?
Well, see, all you have to do is look at the screen, because all you're seeing is what's down the scope.
Yeah, I guess so. Since it's on a bipod and everything, you set up your shot and then, yeah.
Now that one's different.
That looks like that shit that Charlton Heston had in that fucking movie. What was it called? Last Man on Earth? No, it was based on Last Man on Earth.
Omega Man.
Yeah.
Omega Man.
Yeah, that thing with the big ass Q beam sitting on top of it.
Yeah, this is what they do over in England, because they go over into the barns at nighttime and shoot the rats.
Yeah.
Of course, all they've got is air guns, pellet guns.
That looks like a BAR there. Isn't that what that is?
I don't know. It almost.
Looks like a Browning.
I'm not sure. Yeah, my internet's slow tonight.
That's redneck there.
On the side. Yeah, they were even having a contest on that YouTube channel over there to find the cheapest way. Do a night vision in the cheapest way. I think somebody got like a handy cam off of eBay for like $5 and stuff like that. So they were doing it on the cheap side. I know that, but I always wanted. Always thought it'd be a fun coyote type scope.
Yeah.
At nighttime.
I'm wondering if you can do that with a red dot. Would it show up in the night vision? Like,
If you have a red dot that is compatible with night vision, yes.
As long as it wasn't something that you wouldn't be able to see when the filter hits it.
yeah.
Like a Comp M2, I believe the 3s are also NVG compatible. The Aimpoint Pros are NVG compatible. The Comp M4s are compatible. The Micros, the TR, whatever it is, those are also compatible.
Well, even some of the cheaper ones are, just because of the wavelength of the light that's used. You can still see it, but some of them aren't because it ends up being, when the spectrum was just not really very visible. Ends up looking more like a speck on the lens.
Yeah, that's why you only buy red dots that are compatible with NVGs, because you never know. One day you might have to use them.
You might need to strap a Sony Handycam to your rifle.
Yeah.
Literally, you could probably just put the red dot a little bit forward, and then just duct tape the camera on the rail or attach it somehow. Just right behind it.
Yeah, for the most part, you probably could. I mean, some of those match up so well that it's seamless, but others, you might see a little bit of the surrounding part of the lens or something, but it should still fairly well match up as long as you don't get the focus screwed up on the camcorder. As long as it focuses in like it should.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the only thing, is getting the focus right.
Also, I found this dude on YouTube who makes Call of Duty videos, and he's awesome. Not playing Call of Duty. I have no idea if he's good at that, but fucking, he goes in the matches and just fucking starts playing piano, and he's fucking great.
Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, I thought that was a single point sling for a guitar. It's a fucking ukulele. It's a neck belt for a ukulele. I was looking at guitar straps. I thought it was. I saw this thing look like a single point sling. I was like, why the fuck is there a single point sling up in the middle of these guitar straps?
That actually sounds kind of fucking awesome.
But it's a ukulele strap.
I would totally use a single point guitar sling.
I was trying to figure out how I might attach it to my bass. I'm like, that might be all right.
It's got a tactical guitar. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fucking slap some Velcro on that shit. Slap some Velcro on your guitar so that way you can put shotgun shells on the side.
I got an old ass.
Did he just drop? Testing.
I don't hear him.
Testing.
What?
Okay, do you hear me?
That's stupid. I got a mute button on the cable of my
headset.
Yeah, and I accidentally hit it. I always forget that it's on there.
Yeah, I was in the last week. I was in the chat and with G-Webs, and when I was looking at hotel rooms, and I was sitting there talking for 10 minutes. And he was like, "Well, I think you fell asleep or something. Or doing something else. I'm gonna get out of here." And I was like, "Shit!" Look down here. The buttons flashing.
Yeah, not gonna lie, half time I'm muted, and I don't realize I'm muted, and I'll be talking, I'll be like, these motherfuckers won't stop talking over me. I'm just sitting there getting fucking angry, because, like, you know, you just sometimes just have to power through, like, talking over someone.
Well, if DB's here, you never know.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm fucking, like, going on, and I'm getting no reactions. I'm like, these fucking motherfuckers, and, like, I move my mouse, and it's like, oh, you're muted. And I'm like, oh, whoops. Oh no, we lost Pink.
Nah, well, I'm here.
But yeah, I was trying to say earlier that I'm going to put a continued rail on the neck of this old Strat I got.
You know, so you can, like, fucking grind your hands to bits.
Put a laser on it. No, I was going to put it up near the top, like maybe up behind the head. Yeah,
Okay.
one side of the head back there I could, where the where the tuning keys are. There's plenty of room on the other side of that where I could bolt a little piece of Picatinny rail big enough to put a little laser on or something.
All I know is I need to get any one of the guitars from Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Like, you
Of
had
course,
that one guitar that had, like, a fucking machine gun, like,
yeah,
on the neck, and then the other guitar he, like, picks up, he's just walking through town, like, playing it like a champion, and then he bashes it open and fucking pulls out a sawed-off 12-gauge double barrel. It's fucking great. That movie's so goddamn good. I think my wife hasn't seen that movie. I need to show it to her, and then be extremely disappointed when she's like, that movie was garbage.
now if I played lead guitar, it would be even more impressive. But since I only play guitar, I stumble across the fretboard. That's how I play six string. I mean, I play bass, so only marginally play guitar.
I don't really play guitar like at all anymore. I kind of stopped that when I got married.
That's kind of my thing too. Is I pretty much, other than the occasional picking it up and just kind of strumming, playing a little bit or something, I pretty much stopped playing when I got married. And then a while back, I decided to pick it up again and start playing because it's like I know I'm never going to do anything with it, but I would still like it to be a part of my life in some way, especially since both of my kids tend to want to be very musical. My youngest, he's 5 years old, but he loves guitar and he wants to play guitar. And my oldest plays the hell out of a violin.
My wife plays violin. Violin. Well, yeah, like I'll like pick up my guitar every once in a while and just fuck around with it, but like, it's just kind of like now that I'm married, what's the point?
Well, that was kind of my thing too. It was like, I haven't, quote unquote, made it, and it's like, what am I going to do with this? It's a skill that I kind of have. I mean, I was never awesome or anything, but I played in a couple of bands, and we played quasi-professionally for a little while on a not very regular basis, but we actually got played to do shows sometimes, and it was like I'm not doing that anymore, so what's the point? And then, after several years, I decided, not going to hurt me to play a little bit every now and then, even if I'm not doing anything with it. It'd probably hurt me more in the long run if I didn't, because one day, I'll be 70 years old, wishing that I had, played on the back porch at night when I was younger or some shit.
Yeah, I'm kind of at the stage where I just kind of want to sell my guitar, but I also really don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, because I did that, and I sold all of my guitars at one point, and then I went and bought another one when I decided that I was going to teach my oldest son to play. I went and bought a little cheap student guitar, and then I bought another Strat, and I was like, well, I'll refreshen myself up, and then teach him a little bit, and if he has interest in it, then great, I'll buy him a better guitar or whatever. And he didn't really have much interest in it, and he comes up one day, he wanted to learn to play violin, and I was like,
You're
okay.
like, well, son,
And
I don't know
then,
how to play violin. I know how to
yeah,
play guitar.
but then he turns out that he play the hell out of a violin, and so I mean, like violin slash fiddle, and so he saw the hell out of that damn thing.
Why would you say he fiddled the hell out of it?
I guess you could say that.
Well, it's just like one of those things where it's like, I know I would absolutely regret it, but it's like I can get at least 1,000 out of my guitar and then buy a new gun with it. But then, like, less than a week, I know I'd be like, well, I wish I never did that.
Well, one thing that makes me so mad about mine is that I had an old Lotus bass, which was fairly cheap bass. I had a Lotus, and then I had a PV Fury. I liked the Lotus better. I liked the way it sounded better. The Fury was the more expensive guitar, but or the more expensive bass. But the Lotus, I liked the sound that came out of it a lot better. It had a deeper, a rougher sound. And it was a better bass sound that came out of it. And when I sold it, I didn't think twice about it because it was a fairly cheap guitar. I think I paid like $80 for it. I bought it used, but it was in like new condition. Didn't even have any wear on the bridge or anything. Uh, you know, you couldn't even tell, like the fretboard was still pristine. Oh, I paid $80 for it. I think the damn thing sold for like $150 brand new. And now some of the Lotuses are worth kind of like $300-400. You can't get one in good condition for a decent price anymore because they don't make them anymore. The ones that were made in Korea are worth more than the ones that were made in China. I want to think there were some that were made somewhere else as well, but they became sort of collectible. They're not, not like an old Les Paul or anything, but you can't find them anymore. So I couldn't find a bass like that again. So I had a little bit of trouble finding something that was suitable, and now I'm finding something that's actually a good one, because I found a suitable replacement, which was a piece of junk, but it worked. And now I'm looking at getting an actual replacement of some kind, and I'm kind of torn as to what to get, because they got all this shit that they didn't have back then.
Yeah, I bought an older Gibson.
Yeah.
Mine is a Gibson Les Paul Black Beauty. So it's like all blacked out with triple gold humbucker, like the mix. Like all the metal on it's gold. It's so fucking great. That thing fucking runs too. But like, it's just, again, I don't ever fucking like use it. I just pick it up every once in a while just to fuck around with it.
Well, the fingerboard on those is so smooth. If it's, if it doesn't have a lot of wear on it or anything, or if it's been taken care of, it's so smooth that the action on it is just as quick as you can move your fingers. There's absolutely no stick on it. You don't have to worry about like hanging up when you're moving up and down the board. It's just like butter.
Oh yeah, and I took great care of it. I still take good care of it. The only thing I don't ever take care of is my fucking ARs, because I expect that motherfucker to run regardless. It's got a nickel boron X bolt carrier group in it. It ain't need no like lube.
I just throw it in the corner to be alright.
Yeah, I just use it to prop up my window and shit.
To prop up your window.
Yeah, so it doesn't like fall down.
Wish DB was in here. That way he could tell me how much his room was. Down
How much? Oh, what?
I'm just looking up rooms for Louisville.
Did they charge him extra for his dogs?
Oh, I'm sure they probably will. But so far, though, I found a double room for $169 a night. It's only 4 miles away from the NRA show.
That's probably a good deal then, if it's that close.
Yeah. I was just wondering how much his was. Because I know he said he booked extra rooms, so I didn't know if he was offering them out or not.
Yeah, he's only charging double.
Well, I think all the hotels around there are charging
they probably are. That's pretty much the way it happens anyway when a big event comes to town. The hotels within a certain radius all jack up their prices. That's pretty standard.
Yeah, I think I might just get this for 2 nights. The only thing I hate about it's a non-smoking room.
Why do you want your room to smoke?
Do I?
I said, why do you want your room to smoke? You just had to take your little vape thingy with you.
Yeah, I wonder if they count that as a smoke, something to smoke.
Some places do, some places don't. I mean, I've seen people have something said to them before when they're like walking around a store or something, and I've seen like managers go over and talk to people about their vape thingy, but other places they don't. Nobody say anything to people about it. So. I mean, as long as they're not, blowing smoke clouds at people and shit, and fogging up the whole, you have a vape cloud around them as they walk.
Yeah.
Those people are just being douchebags, though.
Yeah, it is pet friendly too, so guess if G needs a shower while he's down there, you can always bring the dog up, take a shower.
Have any of you guys ever had to ship a rifle in the mail? Basically, like FedEx.
Oh, what?
Ship a rifle. In what box to use?
Box that fit the rifle?
Well, so and I need to send that gun back, but they said don't ship it in the box that it came with because it's not enough protection. Even though it came with, a whole layer of foam. And I'm almost thinking about using that box and then just getting pieces of cardboard and taping them on the outside.
And reboxing it inside of another box.
Yeah, basically.
And then wrap that box into bubble wrap and then box that shit too?
Yeah. And then put it in a trash bag.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just belongs in that anyways.
Yeah. Like, there's your box that fits your rifle.
Exactly. Fuck you guys. Now, legitimately, please send me a new one so I can sell it and get a non-shitty one.
Well, no, they gave me the options when I emailed them, and they said, they gave me 3 options: repair. It's kind of basically in order: repair, replace, or refund. Once we look at it, but the refund would have had to been, authorized and all that stuff. And I said, if you can't repair it, I just want a refund. So.
Wait, what do you mean by it has to be authorized? Authorized by who? Like the fucking,
I have no
one of their
idea.
people, or like the shop you bought it from?
Well, I'm not sure. And see, when I called, I tried calling a few times and no one answered, and their inbox is completely full. So
Who would have thought that?
What was that?
I said, oh, who would have think that, their fucking inbox would be full?
Yeah. So I'm like, well, if I don't get an email back from them within a reasonable time, I'm thinking a couple days. But it was like 5 hours later, I got an email. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, you need to make sure that rifle goes back fucking pristine, so they don't just go, oh no, your rifle was fine, it was just damaged in shipping.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap the gun in bubble wrap and then foam, and basically put it in two different boxes. Put it in a box, then wrap the box in a box.
Well, Sentry, I don't understand how shipping could have made it so the no-go gauge gets completely like sucked in by everything and like goes.
Yeah. Like I actually thought I was doing something wrong at first because it was so easy for the no-go gauge to go in, and I took the bolt out and just like I was able to lock the bolt just by itself.
Yeah, Sentry are bad people.
Yeah. I mean, my whole plan was to have that one and then get an Arsenal, but I'll probably be a little quicker on getting the Arsenal now.
Oh, my local shop actually has some SLR 107s left for like $9.99.
Serious? Do they have a website?
Yeah, I don't know if they have them on their website because their website for some reason has different shit than their actual store does.
Man, I've been looking for them online, and I don't know if my shop can get them in, the one I usually go to.
I'd say call up. What are they called? I think. Oh, Prepper Gun Shop. Call
Okay.
up Prepper Gun Shop and see if they have access to any. Because they might, and they just haven't put them online yet.
Yeah, Prepper's always been my first choice. That's where I got
And
one from.
like Prepper's great.
I even thought about going the Sam 7R, the milled version. I mean, it's a little more expensive, obviously, but if I can't get the 107.
Yeah, their website doesn't have any up, but I know for a fact they have them at their store because I saw them.
Hmm.
There's the web address for them. Maybe there's a way you can contact them and see if like you can order directly from the store.
Okay, yeah, I think I've seen this before. Like, I've seen some gun shops that had this kind of same format.
Yeah, like I know a few places that have the same template, but and on a lot of this stuff, the prices in the store are actually cheaper than on this website. So, I'm watching these fucking like Call of Duty music things, and they're great.
So are they even playing the game, or are they just playing an instrument?
Nope. They just basically stand there and start playing an instrument while everyone else is like trying to play the game. It's great because they get the kids who are like, what the fuck, dude? My teammate's AFK. This is bullshit." And then they get the other people who are like, "Holy shit, you're so fucking good. Teach me, senpai." And they just like sit there staring at them. And then like the enemy team gets like a quad. And like honestly, the dude playing the piano is actually pretty fucking good. And it was like this funny episode where this kid kept going the entire time, being like, "Play a Kingdom Hearts song, play a Kingdom Hearts song," and he starts like playing a Kingdom Hearts song, and he's like, "Oh my god, that's from like Traveler's Town," and like he names the wrong fucking song, so the dude just stops like, "All right, you're done. Go kill yourself." It's really funny.
I'm back. What did I miss?
This. Oh, also, I found out that like the whole porn Oculus thing has gone like even farther, and I now need to get an Oculus. Like I was watching the porn games that people were playing, and it's fucking crazy. Like I need one of these things now. I don't give a shit that it's like $600. It's worth it. Like, dude, no shit. There was this fucking game where like they were trying to fight. You had to fight zombies, and like while you were fighting fucking zombies, you had to like try to find these pornographic cards. Like it was fucking neat. It's like grown up Easter.
Can you
Okay.
see that? Can you see that?
Yes.
Kentucky Exposition Center. That's where the NRA convention is going to be. This hotel is right across the street from it.
Is it already full?
No, I just booked a room.
That's fucking crazy. Like you're literally like within walking distance of that shit.
Yeah, I know.
Man, I wish they had thought about that before they booked those shows up because Daryl and them went last year. They were going to go this year, but they already had shows booked for like 6 months out for weekends when they realized when it was.
See, I think G was looking at a Walmart Supercenter up in this area somewhere.
Oh, he's just going to park the van up at the end of the parking lot, like along with the semis.
Yeah. But hell, I mean, I can go walk out of the hotel, just walk the Circle of Champions and walk over to the Expo Center if I wanted to.
What is that? I can't really tell what the scale is there. But what is that, like 4 blocks? Or is it further than that? I can't really tell how big that is.
Well, right here's the Expo Center, and then you got the highway, and then right here.
Yeah, it's not very far.
$169 a night. So definitely a lot cheaper than some of the other hotels. Ooh, there we go. Oh shit! Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Right there's the hotel, and right there's the road for the expo.
Yeah, that's even closer than it looked like.
Oh shit!
It's a little further on around to there if you have to go all the way around there, but still, it's still pretty close.
Well, I mean, if I'm just walking from the hotel, I could just walk on this path, and boom, right there I am. They must have had a cancellation or something. I jumped on there at the right time.
Yeah, it must have, because it seems like everything would be pretty well booked up at this point.
Well, I know when I was on there a couple nights ago, what was it, Friday night? I was having trouble finding anything real close, so I'd say somebody probably did cancel.
Alright, well, it's time. I've drank enough. I'm gonna go Dark Souls and be the knight.
See you, man.
Oh no, I'm staying. I'm just
Oh,
saying
okay.
that things are about to get like things.
What
I
he's
was gonna
saying
try
is
to
he's probably
do-
going to keep his mic turned on and be talking shit while he gets his ass handed to him.
like mad shit. And yes, I will absolutely get like fucking wrecked. It's gonna be great. I love Dark Souls. Crucifixion Woods. Pop the Gravemount Covenant. Wait, which one's the fucking Gravemount Covenant? I think it's this one. Alright, it's happening. First invasion. Oh, you're a fucking pussy. fucking asshole. Like, you don't understand. This dude, I fucking invaded his world. I ran up to him. I saluted him, like, as in proper way of, like, buggery. While, like, I was doing the animation, he walked up and, like, tried to backstab me.
I'd stab you in the back too.
Yeah, bad-mannered motherfucker. If your ass ran over by a goddamn crab. Alright, let's do this.
/spit/rude.
Oh, I'm back in this fucker's world again. Come on, let's do this. You lightning sword wielding fucking pussbag. I got your fucking number.
And then kill you, stand over your face, /sit/stand/sit/stand.
This dude has a lightning sword. It's bullshit. If it throws me back in this fucker's world again, I'm gonna just have to go find a different area to invade people. God damn it. Well, I'm gonna whip out a different fucking weapon. Oh. I see you had the same idea. God damn it. He doesn't fucking stagger either?
Where I booked my room, it automatically added it to my Google Calendar.
Oh, nice. That sounds convenient.
Sweet.
I mean, I guess that wouldn't be convenient if you were, like, planning on going on, like, a sexcapade, because then, like, your fucking woman could just be like, yo, what the fuck is this? Why are we going here? Like, don't worry about it.
Yep, there's my reservation. Sweet. Let's see. Room has a safe.
The real question is, does the room have, like, a plethora of tiny wines?
Well, it's got a mini fridge, so I can
I'm
probably.
sure it will charge you each time you, or each one you take, and each one you don't take as well. Each one that the cleaning service takes.
Oh, god damn it, this dude has some, like, phantoms in his world. What the fuck is that? Oh, god.
Yeah. Air conditioned room. Let's see. Flat screen TV, free Wi-Fi. We got coffee makers, microwaves, and mini fridges in each room. So we got a fitness room, a hot tub.
Well, that's when you go hang out with like another Gun Channels member who has a mini fridge stocked with tiny wines, and then you just take all of their tiny wines.
See, a hot breakfast buffet is included on the room rate. I could go visit the zoo too. It's only 3 miles from the zoo. Sweet. Yep, I can close that window now. It's one thing taken care of.
Oh, kick ass! I invaded the world of Danny Phantom. I'm gonna fuck his day up. Oh, you lightning sword wielding motherfucker.
Hashtag lightning sword. Hashtag up the ass.
Hashtag I'm gonna be a fucking pussy and use Estes, because this dude's gonna kick my fucking ass.
Hashtag make you look like a fucking popsicle.
Hashtag no! That hole is not for you! Don't touch my no-nos! God damn it. Fucking Danny Phantom.
Let's see what's going on in the news. Maybe, if the browser opens up. Still ain't updates.
Basically all Trump.
Well, I mean, we are on Trump channels. Dude, I don't know about you, but I'm excited to vote for Trump. I may even vote for him like 5 times. What?
Yep, Kasich dropped out, so
Yeah, he dropped out at like 5 this morning, or like 5 this
did it.
night, whatever.
About a month and a half late.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he basically realized, it's like, well, it's fucking over. The only reason I'm fucking here is to be, like, brokered convention, dude. How did I not fucking hit you, you goddamn godless fucking cunt? What?
And enough about Hillary.
Jesus Christ, your fucking spear of, like, justice over here.
I mean, my grandfather had more delegates than Kasich. My grandfather passed away 5 years ago.
You fucking power cunt. Yeah! Would see you fucking dive around this tiny ass room, you fucking bitch.
New surge in gun background checks reported by FBI.
She did it. Wait, there's now a new surge in gun buying?
Yeah.
Nice.
I could have told you that from the distributors that Daryl and them use. Oh, how shit is you can't get it right now from those distributors. Like low end handguns, or I should say like LCPs, LCRs, shit along those lines. Not like Cobras or anything, but a little better than that. But stuff like that, you can't hardly find, like the stuff that the novice user would go looking for a first time concealed carry. Can't hardly find any of that shit from their regular distributors.
Oh, dude, fucking over here, you still can't get Glock 19s. Those have been gone since, like, fucking December.
Well, I'm gonna have to stop at the gun store and see if they have Glock 19s in.
People usually go
Mine
down
does.
the road to get those because there's that place up the road, Fletcher's. They have that shit pretty much wrapped up. If you want a Glock, you go to them to get one because nobody can beat them. They got a good deal with Glock, so you can't beat their prices.
Let's see, the FBI reported on Wednesday that there were 2,145,865 background checks in April. That's the slowest month so far this year, but it's a 25% increase from April 2015. Background checks in every month this year have made double-digit gains over 2015, which had a record number of requests for background checks. If the current pace keeps up, 2016 will beat last year's record.
Wow.
Wow.
I think we can stop throwing out that stat of 300 million guns in the United States. It's got to be pushing at least 400 million by this point.
Yeah. 25% increase. Damn.
Yeah, but how many of us are on our 30th, 33rd, 34th, 50th,
58.
120th? I mean,
I can't say. I lost all mine in a boating accident, so
That's unfortunate.
a lot of
yeah.
that going around.
Oh, did you also have an El Salvadorian dude on your boat who took your fucking bullets without, like, he's a fucking asshole?
Let's see. Ruger and Smith & Wesson, two of the biggest gun companies in the U.S., have reported double-digit gains in sales this year.
LCPs, LCRs, and shields.
Yep.
I'm just guessing, but
Where the fuck is this dude? Dark Spirit Ichi has invaded. Oh, hello, Dark Spirit Ichi. That is a fucking champion-like beard you have there. What the fuck? Yeah, thanks for that, Dark Spirit Ichi, you cocksucker. Why did I get a pale tongue? I don't want a pale tongue, I want a vertebrae.
that it's actually going to happen.
Did Yankee just join?
I could have sworn I just heard Yankee. Which one of you is channeling the Yankee Marshal?
It scared the shit out of me. I'm like, oh my god,
did
I was
me too.
invaded
I was
by
like-
Yankee.
I was like,
Sorry,
Yankee
guys.
just,
That was me. I was off mute. I was watching.
Yankee just enters the chat room talking mid-sentence.
I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
I'm over here posting this article, and I was like, Yankees in here.
No, I was watching the video of the was it the Strike One he was talking about, the polymer, best polymer gun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh hell, it didn't.
Did anyone watch the AK Operators Union first video on the Arsenal yet?
I watched it without sound, so I don't know what the fuck they were talking about.
Dude, the way he described the trigger was priceless. It's like dragging a dead hooker across a railroad track.
I would agree with that, like, wholeheartedly. Like, the fucking Arsenal triggers are shit.
What's a good replacement trigger?
Tapco G2. Like, no shit, that's probably the best AK trigger ever.
What about that that new one that just came out? What was the name of it?
The Raz one?
No, it's a drop-in. It's just like the
Oh, the ALG one?
yeah.
I have no idea. I didn't fuck with that shit.
They said that was a pretty sweet trigger for an AK, and it was priced right, so that's why I was asking. It's not hundreds of dollars like the AR variant.
I mean, ALG's triggers aren't fucking expensive. Like, I bought their military one, the, like, shiny one. It was only like $70 and it was fucking great. What the fuck are you, you little shitbag? Ah, you were talking like good shit a minute ago till I fucking found your blow darting ass and kicked you in the face.
About $50.
$50 for what? The ALG one?
Yeah, that's what it was on Midway.
Yeah,
that's
49
not bad at
bucks.
fucking all. I'm gonna fucking die.
And they said that was a pretty sweet trigger, so I've never used one, but
I mean, I totally trust ALG with anything. I have not tried one yet, and I'm still, like, big fan of the fucking Tapco G2 trigger.
the AKT features a smoother and shorter trigger pull than the stock trigger and is ideal for combat and home defense use. It's machined from triple alloy steel and has a corrosion-resistant manganese phosphate finish. Yeah, it also lends 3 parts towards 922R compliance.
Mm-hmm. All trigger groups do that. Well, I fucked up. I killed the dude I was supposed to talk to. That's cool.
I'm going to be quiet for about 11 minutes and 48 seconds.
Oh, porn?
No, I'm going to watch that
Corn.
SLR 107 video.
Alright.
Well, hell, just in the first 2 minutes, it's not looking good for the Arsenal. That's only after 1,000 rounds.
Yeah, the paint doesn't really wear me, but I guess the was it the sight blocking or the rear one or something was.
Yeah, the rear sight shifted to the right or something like that.
Yeah.
And he said the gas block or something was shifting to the left, but it was still holding 0 or something like that.
Yeah, I think he looked down the barrel and it was off. I don't think it was matched up.
Are you guys saying stuff and I can't hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, no, you just scared him away. Oh, now he's back.
Everybody move your lips, but don't say anything.
Blah, 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 blah.
I can barely hear.
So like what Donald Trump does all the time? Or any good politician?
I'm gonna vote for a third party.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to vote for Trump.
So how's everyone doing tonight?
Was doing pretty good, but then I heard that Pat Rogers died, so I've been watching his tribute show over there for the last while. A couple hours,
Oh,
really.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a trainer. I don't know if you know who he is. Marine and a New York cop. He was pretty into
Yeah.
training.
Yeah, no, I only watched a little bit of that show there. I'm like, if I knew more about him, I'd probably watch more of it, but
It's just, I think it was kind of cool. It was like I was telling Z earlier that what they're doing there, obviously, this is all about Pat because he passed away today and he touched so many people. But the way that the conversation is going and the kind of subjects that it's bouncing around to is very much like when you go to a training class, a good training class, and there's a couple of good people there, and then they go to eat dinner afterwards or like at night or something. Then that's the conversation is a lot like what we're seeing over there. So it's neat to just see these guys all getting together and chatting. It's just shitty. The reason had to, that got them all together.
no.
But yeah, you can only take so much. I mean, it's not a positive. Well, it's not negative, but it's not. It's just kind of depressing thinking about passing and death and all that.
Yeah, it's the thing about funerals. It's one way to have a family reunion that you didn't want to have.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good way to say it. It's like a family reunion for everybody that would have rather gotten together for other reasons.
Yeah, I can only watch so much of that show because it was probably hitting home too much for me. So
Yeah, that too. You don't have to know the guys to see how close everybody was.
yeah,
Well, I can talk about my van. I'm always up for that.
but no, like I was thinking, like this whole scenario that's going on in Fort McMurray right now with the whole city having to evacuate.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, a forest fire wiped the city out yesterday and today.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
there's a fire like taking out all of Canada.
Alberta, right?
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
the fire.
Is Alberta a city or is that a state? Or what do they call it?
Alberta's a state, I guess you'd call it, but it's a province.
Province.
But
Is
it's
that one Bob's in? Is Bob dead?
no,
No,
I got a show tomorrow.
I don't think so. He was around
No,
earlier tonight, so I think he's okay.
Okay,
Bob
good.
is 2 provinces over.
Okay. He probably started it though. Hope he's
No, I don't think he's been in Alberta in the last couple of years. So,
all right. But it's
But yeah,
That's our story anyway.
It's a forest fire that's gone crazy then.
yeah, it wiped out the entire city. Like the Beacon Hill, the southern part of Fort Mac, 80% of all businesses and residential's been wiped out. And as of a couple hours ago, the fire shifted course, and now it's going back the other direction, wiping out the rest of the town. And yesterday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was mandatory evacuation. 88,000 people having to evacuate to Edmonton or anywhere they can go. So there were people stranded on the side of the highway with no gas, running out of water, and breakdowns, and yeah, complete chaos, complete shit hit the fan scenario. And it was like, shit. Like, I know people are always saying be prepared for such scenarios, but
it was kind of hard to prepare for something like that, other than just being prepared to get the hell out. Because
well, the fires started Sunday, and they had 2 to 3 days to get ready to evacuate.
yeah,
But hardly anybody got ready. They're like, the fires.
they figured they'll get to it. Somebody will do something about it. It'll go around. Yeah, same thing when happens in Florida once in a while. Happens a lot more in California. But, they wait till the last minute because they always figure that something's going to happen and it's going to die before it gets to them.
Yeah, and like this year's like record-breaking temperatures, and like the last week it's been like 30 degrees out, or 80, between 81 and 86 degrees all week, with 15% humidity. So that fire just roared right across. So of course when the fire broke out, my mom, she called and was like, "Are you guys safe? Are you guys being evacuated?" And I'm like, "Mom, that's like 4.5 hours away from me." But yes, if something should ever happen, I have my trailer I can bug out real quick. But yeah, no, all those people just can't believe 88,000 people, and good 60 to 70% are now homeless. And then our damn prime minister this morning thought he'd make May the 4th be with you a joke just before he talked about the fires. Oh, that pissed a lot of people off.
Oh, what? Do Canadians not understand humor?
Well, when our prime minister is already an idiot, and then he tries to make a joke, it's like, come on, dude, this is some serious shit. Like, he already has zero respect for this industry, so he doesn't care if Fort McMurray goes up in flames. But once he realizes that equalization payments aren't going to come through, I bet you he's going to care real fast.
You see this, G?
Sorry, I was watching something. At the place?
Yeah, right here's the exposition center, and right here's the hotel. So it's
Dang. Is that like $400 a night or some shit?
no, $169 a night.
Dang, that ain't nothing. You could literally just walk down that road into there.
Yeah.
Damn. Wonder if they just let me. How many cars do you get in the parking lot? I wonder if I can just park there. I was thinking I would. Well, shit. You just come down that road, and I wonder if that parking lot right there, that triangle-looking one, could
Right there?
Yeah.
Let's see why not.
I don't know. There might be employee parking or something. I bet you that place needs a bunch of employees. I just figure I'd get there early and then find a parking spot. Do we know where Marco is? I know he said he got a room, but do we know where it is?
No, I don't know. I tried to get DB in the chat to find out about his rooms, because I'd pay to go in with one of him, but
he's going to go to a third hotel altogether. That's his preference. He doesn't really like the two established hotels.
Yeah, how each room has a safe and everything else.
I mean, why do you need a safe?
Well, you're not allowed to carry your gun in the convention center.
Oh, well, then just don't bring it.
Yeah, just let that sink in for a minute now. You're not allowed to carry your gun at the NRA national meeting.
Yeah, who knew that the NRA was so anti-gun?
Well, it's not the NRA.
Yeah, it's the center itself. It's probably like insurance bullshit is probably what is the root of it.
Well, I was reading something that anything that the Secret Service has a hand in, you're not allowed to carry also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, I think...
Well, they probably already have like that. To me, something like that, like Secret Service, they've got parameters set up and all that shit, or perimeters set up. So to me, it's kind of like going into a courtroom or something, like a state building or something where there's security there. So I'm not quite as put off by that as I am, by going in, the local 7-Eleven with, which I carry in the store up the road from the gun shop that does not allow carry. I was going to take a picture one day of me and Daryl walking into that store with the huge ass sign on the door that says no weapons, and like untuck my shirt so that you can see my gun as we walk in the door.
So I occasionally get emails from people wanting me to review shit on YouTube or whatever. And this one is for a review mirror for a baby. So you put it on your rear, like your back seat of your car, and then like on the seat, like the headrest of the back seat of your car, so that when your baby is backwards in the back seat, you can look through the mirror and see your baby's face.
Oh, we had one of those. It never like would fit right on the seat, so we never used it.
I just don't know
I
why
don't know
they.
if it's the same brand or not, but
I thought why for that. Like that's such a legacy and that's such a huge, huge thing. I guess we're right here. You know what I'm saying? That's just fucking amazing.
maybe you could see if your dog could see you in the back seat.
What?
Maybe you could put the mirror up and see if you can see your dog.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't even. Well, I guess I have a car, but I don't have a back seat. I have top back seat. So
Yeah.
And then I don't have a baby for damn sure. So yeah, I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they just send those things out randomly. They must.
I
Right?
guess.
Somebody's fucking with me. Venue says you can't carry inside the show. I might cancel. Whatever. Where is the map of his? I guess I can just take the address.
Do what?
I'm trying to figure out where DB's is.
Oh, 6 miles away.
Oh yeah, he took that one. Okay.
You should try to look up the Bums Demand protesters and be like, can you go to my hotel room and make sure my gun doesn't jump out the window and shoot anyone? Just go watch it for a little while.
Yeah, you know, my hotel doesn't have a safe to keep it from like murdering a school bus full of children, so.
Yeah.
They probably will show up. They were there last year.
Well, wouldn't they have to join the NRA to be able to be allowed in?
No, I think they're mostly on just on the outside. I think they probably have some people walking around inside. I imagine.
No, they did not. They had some reporter was at SHOT Show, but that was the only person I've ever heard of going inside one of these shows. They're just outside on this. Where it was last year, it was on a river, so they were across the river, which I think was still part of the same like area. You know, like was the same park or part of that building or something. But anyway, it was across the river on these stairs, and when you look at their pictures of it, they stood like on the podium with the picture all cropped so that it looked like the person on the podium had a bunch of people in front of them. But when you look at the pictures from the side, it was like 25 people up front and another 25 people standing further back. And when you do the optical illusion of bringing the camera down in the right lineup, you know, it looks like a lot of people, and you're just seeing the wave of people in front. You assume there's a big wave of people, and then you're seeing the end of them, but there's really nothing in between them. So I guess that's why I'm bringing it up, because if they're gonna fucking be there and trying to pull that shit, then we need to make sure we're at least aware of it so we can keep an eye out. We're not all probably gonna get in at the exact same time, and that way somebody can grab some pictures of that shit. Or DB's talking about going out and checking on his dogs and stuff, so we're doing that kind of shit. I wonder if you can just bring the dogs in.
Do you have like a vest for him to say he's a service dog?
No. I just let him bite everybody who tries to stop him. Like, you can try to stop him, but I'm walking in here and he goes where I go, so you can try to stop him. He's a vicious Doberman. He's worse than a Rottweiler. These dogs eat pit bulls for dinner.
Now I know, like,
that's when he would like fart and lay down and go to sleep.
I know, like the concert, the country music concert, stuff like that. I think you could carry a net. I'm trying to think if the actual outside where all the guns are, you were allowed to carry them, but some of the inner places of the NRA you couldn't. I might email them, check, see what the policy is down there.
There you go. Is that the picture we're talking about? I think I've seen that sometime.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks so large on their video.
But that's an excellent picture. I'm glad somebody got that one, because that really sums it up right there. And there's some memes that can really be effective from that, you know. Is the live thing over? Oh no, it is over. I don't know if the guys from the watching Pat Rogers thing, tribute, if they're gonna jump in or not. Oh, Jinx.
Jinx.
Fucking everyone's a pussy magic user now. Goddamn pyromancy assholes.
Do you all belong to any of these gyms that are chains?
No. I'd like to. There's one local to me that is fairly reasonable, but times I get to go to it, I don't know.
According to these people on the YouTubes that just like live in their vans or drive around for a living, they get a membership at a 24-hour gym that is nationwide, and then that way they can go in and take a shower whenever they want. So I'm trying to figure out which one of the chains to choose.
The one with the judgment-free zone. Which one is that?
Yeah, I need a gym with an anti-trigger area.
That's probably the one I'm going to pick. The Planet Fitness, it's called. It's all purple.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
They're pretty much everywhere, and they're 24/7 most everywhere, and they're only $20 a month. But I have to do a commitment for whatever, a year or two. So it's
Really?
quite a bit. Yeah.
I thought that was one of their selling points that you didn't have.
If you do the regular membership, there's no commitment. It's $10 a month. But if you do the $20, there's extra stuff. You get to bring in people, and then what I need is you can go to any one of them anywhere, and then.
Okay.
So that's the one I need to get, and I guess that's probably what they're banking on. That most people are going to choose that, because even in your own town, you'd want to be able to go to multiple ones probably.
Well, yeah, because you might also want to go, like, you go on vacation.
Yeah,
You just want to slob the whole time. You might want to drop by the gym.
Well, and it's a pussy gym, like you're saying. It's more like having a weight room at the school or something, because it's just a bunch of weights, and then work out. They try to keep it from being a bunch of muscle heads. Which I don't care one way or the other. Mainly, I like the idea that it's $20 a month only. But I got to pay for it all up front. That sort of sucks. All right, maybe I don't.
I don't know. I heard some gym on the radio the other day being like, it's fucking 75 cents and then like $10 a month from there.
But is it a chain that's all over? Because there's also Gold's Gym. I can't figure out how much they cost.
I think it was Planet Fitness that was the one advertising it. I can't remember which one it was, but
Oh, they said $10 a month?
yeah, it was like $10 a month, and you had to pay 75 cents up front.
Yeah, that's their thing. Because they'll do some deal like they have an annual fee, and then so they can waive the annual fee every time you want to join, so that they have something they can give you, sort of. So they have like a $35 annual fee that they probably waive for their promotions. But most people are saying, I'm looking at reviews of the gym to see if they're gross or not, and most of the reviews say that it's cheaper to buy a $10 a month membership than it is to buy any kind of piece of equipment. Even if you did buy a piece of equipment, you'd only have the one. If you go there, you get a bunch. So, but nobody's really commenting on the actual facilities except for one lady that was saying she couldn't stretch. There wasn't enough room to like sit down and stretch.
I would imagine that probably varies from location to location too.
Yeah, somebody else said that they made one out of one of these people living out of their van said that he visited one that was made out of a bank. So that means they're building them out of whatever locations they can find, probably.
You're so hot. Hey, hottie. Looking hot. Me hot. You're hot. Your boss. So hot. Your boss. So hot. So hot. You guys have had some hot before tonight. And that's why I don't like gyms. Well, we're not a gym. We're Planet Fitness.
No gym intimidation, no lunks, just $10 a month. We're not a gym. We're Planet Fitness.
So when that started, how many of you guys were about to yell at Flippy?
I was actually sitting here like, wait, did the porn open up without me paying attention?
You're all
I don't have time for porn. I actually finally fucking killed somebody. It only took like fucking an hour.
Hey, hottie. Looking hot. You're hot. Your bod, so hot. Your bod, so hot. So hot. You guys want to grab something hot from somewhere totally hot? That sounds so hot. So hot. And
So I
that's
guess
why I
there's
don't
no
like
hot
gyms.
chicks there either.
Well, we're not a gym. We're Planet Fitness.
Fuck, it's the
No
same.
gym
Is that a
technology.
fucking selling point?
Oh,
Yo,
it's
come to this gym. There's no hot chicks.
supposed to be a gym for people that just want to not, that aren't trying to fucking go crazy. So they get a bunch of fat people. They give away pizza and bagels. Are you in a
Wait, what?
fan?
They want to keep you coming in, right? So they give you pizza so that you have to come back and work it off.
Well, that's one way to look at it, I guess. And it is pizza, so it's mostly bread, and it's like Papa John's or something. So it's not even like real pizza or something. But I guess that's because they probably have a relationship with a chain, and then it's like some bagel place chain. But I think the one thing I saw was that if you're trying to be healthy or whatever, then that includes being mentally healthy. So you know you're gonna eat something once in a while anyway. So they're just giving you some free pizza because you know you're gonna eat pizza probably during the month anyway, and it's just a way to be well-rounded and happy anyway.
Yeah, exactly. To be well-rounded.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, it's Papa John's, so I mean, like, who the fuck would eat that? But these people that are
Oh, nah, dude. Fuck Papa
from around
John's.
the country, living out of their vans and stuff, they're mentioning it because that's like a free dinner for them. And then whenever Tuesday it is, they get a free bagels. It's like a free breakfast for them.
Isn't that socialized pizza, though?
It is socialized because everybody gets the same amount of slices.
I mean, everyone's trying to get a piece of free pizza.
But here or there, it sounds like a pretty good way to get a free private shower or $10 a month private shower. Which gym do you go to, DB?
I don't, but there's 24/7 gym, and then there's like
24/7 fitness or something.
Yeah, that's like national.
Yeah,
Try to just Google map it.
And I think the difference there is they want quite a bit more per month.
It's like what, $15?
Is it that cheap? 24-hour fitness, right? It looks like a red thing with a 24.
It's like 20. All of these fuckers are like between 15 and 30 like a month. You know what I mean? But like I can see 20. There's one that's like the 24-hour gyms, right? They're not very much money. Anyway, I mean, there's not a lot of them though. National chains. Workout anytime. Is that a national?
LA Fitness, 24-something Fitness, 24/7 something, I think, and then
Anytime.
Golds, and then
Yeah, Golds might be like they're not quite 24 hours. Like they're not quite 3:30 in the morning.
but they're wide though.
That's the thing. There really are 24-hour gyms nationwide.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I've been looking into them. The Golds one though is not. What I'm finding out is they're not corporate. They're franchises, so they're different. Everyone you go to is different, so it's not consistent. Sometimes there's a good one. Sometimes it's a shitty one. I don't want to get gym raped.
Yeah, gym raped is one thing. I mean, the other thing is
I don't know if I'm putting my towel down in some way that means something I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So.
It's not the why, man.
It depends how much you really need to shower. I mean, once every 3 days, you know. Plot it out.
When
like
you got
a fucking special force mission.
Go anywhere. Look at the Planet Fitness one is like literally in every town. Like,
Yeah. Planet Fitness is for real, but they're not 24 hours, right?
They say most of them are 24 hours, and there's 1,000 locations in the United States.
Wow. Well, yeah. You know what? Honestly, that would probably be the one I would go with. I see many of them where I live, not just one. Like I see.
Yeah.
Many of them.
And there must be some sort of a subculture of these transients that rank them, so I could probably figure out which ones have the best facility.
They're called hobos.
Yeah, I don't even know. There's many steroid freak fucking protein head fucking human growth hormone fuckers that are
No, he's
like.
talking about the guys that live in their vans and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm sure
they're a
there's
non-issue.
probably
They're
a whole-
0%.
There's probably a whole like huge
Trust me.
subculture of that.
There's more
Like-
people. There's more people that'll like sniff stem cell fetuses into their nose brain. Like there's more of those guys that are like, yeah. Like the other day, I was like, how many hours do you think that dude works out? And my friend was like, probably like a half hour. I'm like, nah, that motherfucker's working out like 6 hours a day. Are you fucking kidding? So, yeah, Planet Fitness, I see it all over the fucking, everywhere I go, I see it. So, if they truly are...
Do you know anybody that goes to one?
I don't know anybody that works out unless they live in Miami.
All right.
And I don't live in Miami. And even there, they're like, yeah, they're...
For somebody that ain't going to listen to that chat, but I skimmed through it, what was the deal? You and Sean just have a difference of opinion on third parties?
Oh,
Well,
God.
listen,
Did someone
listen.
mention Gary, that they were going to vote for Gary
I
Johnson?
literally gave that fucking... Listen, we had like a straight-up hug session. Like, we turned our cameras on, and I was like, can you hug this chair? And I'll hug this chair, and we were hugging each other virtually, so we're done now.
Okay.
However, I will tell you this. Before Ted Cruz jumped out of this fucking race, I didn't hear so much third-party talk. You know? It was like as soon as that guy bowed out, and now we need a third party? This is why we lost last time. This is why we're going to continue to lose. This is why Rush Limbaugh in 2012 said, you know, we'll never have a Republican president ever again in history. This is why, you know, George Will and the National Review and all these conservative fucking Republicans that work for Reagan and work for Bush Sr. are like killing themselves. You know, like it's a wrap, son. You know, so in terms of the third party stuff, you weren't crying that shit last week, were you? Now all of a sudden you want a third party. Now you want to fuck it. You know, it's hilarious.
How fast people forget about Ross Perot too, because
Yeah.
you know what happened in '92.
I don't know. I mean, I just started arguing.
Well, it was this on a
behalf-
smaller scale, basically.
I was-
because they
You were in the-
people
You were in the
split the vote, man.
You were in the chat. No. You can have a third, fourth, fifth, sixth party. My point was that the Republican Party had 17 people running, from Rand Paul to Jeb Bush to Ted Cruz to Donald Trump to Ben Carson to Carly Fiorina to all these different types of fucking people, man. We had people who had never been elected to public office. We had people who were, we had all of it. And the Democrat Party had, after the first debate, basically they just had Bernie Sanders and Hillary. And so we do have, technically, we have more than two parties. We have the Ron Paul, we have the Rand Paul, we have the Ted Cruzes, we have the Marco, you know, we have a bunch of people there. And that was the only point I was really trying to make, because at the end of the day, when your guy loses, when low energy Jeb, or when little Marco, or when Lion Ted, or when you know, now all of a sudden you want a third fucking party at the end, this is a problem. We didn't, you know, we're not going to have it because unfortunately the Republican Party and the Democrat Party have a lot more going for them in terms of databases of voters and money that they can give to the actual nominee. At the end,
He said that there's a good reason that Rand and his father, neither one ran third party. They ran on the Republican ticket. There was a good reason for that, and you were right that there's a good reason for that, because they knew that their best chance was to ride on the Republican ticket, even if it didn't work out for them. But
that was the other point. If you want to run third party. If you want to run third party at this point, you'd be on the stage with Gary Coleman, and John McAfee and some other fucker. And I don't know where they're holding those debates. I don't know what's going on with the Libertarian Party. But if anyone represents the Libertarian movement, it was Ron Paul, and then I guess his son, who they call a corporate whore, sellout, Republican, whatever. Not quite his father. I still respect the man. I love his father, and I love him, and I love all these people. I love Ted Cruz. I hope he stays in the Senate and causes as much fucking mayhem as he can cause, you know? At the end of the day, these people are anomalies. So, I don't know. That was just my point. I wasn't trying to be like chat fucking asshole, but listen, man, your guy lost. My guy lost too, like a month ago. I'm not pissed. I'm not mad anymore. And now your guy lost. And the closer we get to the end, what's the deal, man? What's the deal? You know. And then they start screaming third party and shit in November. When it's like it's a wrap, man. That's why Romney lost. I really do think Romney had a strong chance of winning. I'm not one of these people like, oh no, he really could have won. I just felt like the evangelicals would never have voted for a Mormon. He was the wrong guy to run at the end. He was definitely not the guy to pick. He might have been the safe bet. And that's kind of what I like about Trump now that my guy isn't in the running anymore or whatever, is he's not the safe bet. He's the dangerous bet. And it's sort of like, hey, sir, your 1911 has its hammer cocked back. That's dangerous, you know? And then Jeff Cooper's quote was like, well, I hope so. You know, I really do. I hope this 1911 is dangerous with its hammer cocked back and the safety on. And it might look fucking horrible. It might look dangerous. I hope it is. You know, I hope it is, because we need that against Hillary, because the milquetoast fucking lame bastard, you know, safe bet guy was gone a long time ago, and all we had was basically a 30% chance and a 10% chance. That was just my point in that chat. Now I'm rambling because I'm doing laundry, talking to myself. I jumped in here to talk to Pink, actually. So you found a hotel that's like connected to the fucking NRA convention? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's like walking distance. Or well, it wasn't on the NRA website.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, I'm 6 miles. Say 6 miles away is close enough for me. But yeah, I didn't see that. Then when I jumped on there, they're sold out. So you must have got the last room.
Yeah,
for my dates,
I said,
you know, I'm only going Friday to Sunday morning. So Friday, I get there in like the afternoon. I might not be able to go to the NRA show. Saturday, I'll hit it full on, and then Sunday go home. I'm not, you know, that's about it for me.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, right there's the convention center. Oh shit, lost the screen. Right there's the convention center, and then right here's the hotel. It's just like walking distance.
Okay, that's awesome. Now, what's pissing me off is this whole fucking unarmed thing. I really did think from watching YouTube the last few weeks, like the NRA convention was different than SHOT Show, where it wasn't wasn't like no carry stuff.
That was just the facility, dude.
Yeah, are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, I posted in the side chat. It was a false rumor.
A false rumor of what?
It was a Tennessee newspaper had posted that story saying it was no guns allowed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just posted a video in the chat that like had some no-name YouTuber who I love now, I'm subscribed to, and I totally worship. Like Gear Check fucking Dave Grossman, Lieutenant Grossman, you know? And then he was like, this is what's great about
Lieutenant Colonel, a little bit higher.
You know, Lieutenant Colonel. He's like, this is what's great about the NRA show. Like, you're carrying, I'm carrying, we're all carrying, and that's kind of what got me hyped, honestly, on going. Was like, that's fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go to no fucking gun-free zone. If I want to do that, I'll go hang out at my airport. You know? I don't fucking need to go fucking drive 6 hours to go to a fucking gun-free zone to hang out. I got that shit a lot here, so. The fucking guy on YouTube who was interviewing Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman had a gun on him, and he was like, "Can I gear check you?" And he's like, "Yeah, no problem." And then he pulled out a fucking like full-size Kimber out of his fanny pack with like a knife, and he had a flashlight, he had all kinds of shit. And I was like, oh, and he was like, "Yes, it was awesome." I don't know where they were last year. Were they in Kentucky?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, so they definitely weren't. Yeah. They definitely weren't in the same place. And then now you're scaring the shit out of me. I really don't want to go to a fucking gun-free NRA convention. That to me, this sounds like a, I don't know, like a Bangkok hooker convention that we can't fuck any of the hookers. Like I'm good on that. I'll just stay home on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It said. Let's see. This is a story from last year.
Slutty hooker convention. Yeah, slutty hooker convention where you can't get laid for 2 days. No
so you're talking about the porn convention in?
Yeah. Well, no, the AVN. You're not. You know, the AVN convention in Las Vegas. I don't really. You know, that's not my thing. The NRA is my thing. I'm a member. I've been a member for a long time. And if you're going to treat me like how Bloomberg wants to treat me when he has get the fuck out of it. Go fuck yourself. I'm good on that. I'm good.
Yeah, it said attendees with permits can carry guns at the convention hall, but not at the arena across the street.
I'm gonna carry it to Taco Bell, son. Honestly, if you want to meet me up there on like Friday night, watch me eat like fucking 7 burrito, like 7-layer burrito, like for real. I'm doing it, and I'm going to have a gun on me. So that's what I'm talking about.
Doing the Taco Bell walk.
Freedom, son. I'm a vegan, but I'm going to eat 7-layer burritos.
You need to Instagram that shit.
Watch me eat 7 layers. Yeah, what is that? 7 times 7? I don't know. I'm not good at math. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to go to no fucking NRA convention. You know, we're targets already, dude. Like, seriously, we're targets for, violent, scary, vile fuckers, and then we're targets for like scary, nasty ISIS type fucking scum. We're you know, and I don't want to be sitting there like a fucking target. I'm not, you know, that really is truly a gun-free zone. Like, I don't know how I would feel in Las Vegas at SHOT Show. Walking around there, like, I guess everyone's getting checked. If we were all getting patted down and going through fucking metal detectors like we're getting on an airplane, I guess I'd be okay with it. But, you know, still, it's not a good look for the NRA. My plan was to be super discreet, man. I had my NRA convention carry was going to be an LCR 38. I felt like I could do the most walking around and sitting down and walking around with that. If they don't let me in there with that, go fuck yourself. Go vote for Hillary, you fuckers.
I need to find me an ankle holster.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are you going to carry?
Well, I plan on carrying my FNS 9 on my hip, but I was going to carry my...
Are you doubling up, son?
Yeah, I was going to carry my 43 on my ankle.
What, you expecting problems?
I don't
know. I
carry 2 guns every day during the winter because of my coat lets me hide one in there.
It was enlightening. Carrying 2 guns is like when it's good to test myself. I want to carry 3 guns. That's my ultimate goal. I don't want to ever be that guy, you know, it's 4 guns.
Dude, I need like 3 Scorpion Evos in my backpack by itself. All right.
So you want to be Peter?
I need a Scorpion Evo on each
today
hand.
I had LCP 380 in my back pocket, like as a wallet, and then I had a LCR, 38 on my hip. And I'm like, all right, now what do I need, you know? That's it. Anything, that's crazy talk, man. What were you gonna say, Dano?
Well, I was just gonna asking Pink if in the winter if he does normally carry 2.
Yeah. Yeah, every day.
Okay. Just size-wise, what are the 2 types you carry? Full size and something real small, or what?
The FNS 9C and the XDS 45.
Oh, okay. Now I've shot at XDS, but not in 45. How is that?
It's snappy. Yeah, it's definitely snappy, but it's not unmanageable.
The XDS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've shot Daryl's XDS a few times. It's snappy as hell. I mean, I got pretty large hands, and it's the bigger your hands are, because it's such a thin grip. I guess the less manageable it is, because you have to hold on to it. It snaps the hell out of you, and it'll jump around in your hands if you got fairly large hands.
Well, the pinky extension also helps.
Yeah, he doesn't have the pinky extension on his. Now the Mod 2, which is the one I've got, which is basically the same gun except it's like
double stack.
It's twice as wide because it's double stack. It's perfect. Fits my hand perfect. I love that gun. I carry it all the time. You probably see it in our show every time I get up or move in my chair because I'm carrying it.
With the exception of the width, what other gun is that similar in size to? Like a baby Glock?
About like a 43. XDS 45 is about the size of a 43.
The one that Sean said he carries, it's a double stack.
26 maybe? I think the barrel may be a little longer than on a 26, but yeah, it's in thickness it's about the same as a 26 probably.
And how many rounds does yours hold, Sean?
9 with the standard magazine, 13 with the extended.
That's pretty darn good.
That's +1, so that's 9 plus 1, 13 plus 1.
For that small of a gun in 45.
Yeah. Well, the 13 does extend the grip quite a bit, so yeah, keep that into consideration.
Well, yeah, I mean, in 45 double stack, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, it is.
Down the grip. The XDs don't really get a lot of YouTube time. At least that's.
Well, a lot of people don't like them because of the. It's got that backstrap grip.
Grip
yeah,
safety.
It's got that grip safety.
That's it. If they would have dropped that, they could have. They could have done a lot better.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me, but I'm a 1911 guy, from way back, so having a grip safety doesn't really bother me.
Because it doesn't require you to do anything different than you would normally do on any other semi-auto, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I realize technically, yeah, it's another mechanical contraption that could go wrong at the wrong time, but...
And technically it did. That's why it was recalled.
Well, the other thing is, like, if you're carrying it inside the waistband and it's clean, fine, but, like, yeah, stuff can get in that fucking thing. That's not exactly, tight. The little contraption.
Oh yeah,
rocks, gravel, water, dirt, mud, whatever.
I'm just mean for if you're concealing it, chances are it's going to stay relatively clean.
I agree.
I mean, unless you get mud on the inside of your shirt.
I know. I like those. I wouldn't be mad at them.
You got an ankle holster, don't you, Dana?
Oh, a what holster?
Ankle.
Yeah.
For your 42.
Yeah.
Would it fit a 43? Or is it 42 specific?
Bigger.
Probably. Mine, I have to look up the manufacturer. Actually, it's one that G-Webs has used. It's not for one specific model. It uses like a neoprene type material.
Oh, so it's universal.
Kilo November Juliet, KNJ.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can't say 100% sure it would, but I would think so. But if it's not clear on their website, I'm pretty confident you just shoot them an email and they tell you.
The 43 is longer, and yeah, the width is different.
Yeah,
so
it's
not the same
barrel
gun.
is a touch longer, and the length of the grip is a touch longer. But as far as the width of the grip, it's virtually the same, and as far as the width of the frame, it's virtually, not identical, but virtually the same. So that's why I think it probably would fit. But I have since changed my car carry method from ankle to vest.
Is it a shoulder holster?
No, it's actually it looks like a fishing vest.
No, I mean,
Oh, you got one of those.
What's
got
the
a
gun
good guy
in, man?
vest. He got a
What's
good
the
guy
Got one of those.
What's covering the
Super-
trigger guard, homie?
It's a pocket, isn't it? Is that what you got? That's with the pocket.
No, he's not. No. What's covering the gun up and the trigger guard?
Okay. On the inside of my vest, there is a pocket that holds the whole thing. Now, inside that pocket, there's another piece of elastic type material that covers the trigger guard itself.
Okay. And what are you carrying in there? The 42?
I've carried a 26 and a 19, although the 19 is just a touch too big.
Okay.
The 26 is fine.
All right. I ain't gonna. I'm not gonna judge anybody. That sounds pretty decent. I saw your sunglasses today. Those look fucking fantastic.
Yeah, that was Hosh was cleaning out his garage one day and said, first person that says they want my glasses can have it.
Oh shit, that's fun.
Well, apparently I just wasn't the first. I was the only.
What? Where the fuck was I? Was busy.
So I mean, so I kind of made a little gag video.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be like, yeah, Jaeger's the best. James Jaeger is the best ever in history. But, like, he's not the only one. It's like the Galco ankle glove. And I've seen the DeSantis. They have something like Galco is the ankle glove, and theirs is like the ankle holster thing that's like the ankle glove.
Yeah,
but I
they
think
both make good ones too. But, if you just want to try it, to see if you are okay with ankle carry. The other one that the G-Webs mentioned is a much lower cost alternative, just to see if you like the idea of it. I want to say, and I'm sure I don't remember it exactly, but I want to say it was like maybe 40 something instead of like 80 plus.
That was more 5.
What? I couldn't hear you, G-Webs.
I thought they were more like 25. Was it 40 shipped, maybe?
Well, maybe it is 25. I just know it was a fraction of what Galco and the other one wanted.
Are you still using it?
I went to vest carry for my car carry.
No.
So I've stopped using it, but only because I found vest carry for in the car while I'm driving. It's it's much faster draw, and I can maintain control of the vehicle as well with my feet, one on my other hand. I mean, because I'm left-handed, so I can reach in. What's that?
Planning on getting in a high-speed pursuit?
No.
Those who don't plan to fail or whatever.
No, this is. We're live, so I'll need to speak in semi-code here. But sometimes when I work.
Oh yeah, okay. Never mind. I got you. I had forgotten about that. Okay.
All right.
I'm with you.
But because I'm left-handed, and I'm sitting on the left-hand side of the vehicle, I can reach in with my left hand, and the natural direction, the moment I pull it out of the vest, is pointed in the general direction of where danger may lie. Versus if I was right-handed, it'd be pointed out the window, which is where I don't really anticipate problems coming from. I mean, if the problem's outside, I got this thing called the gas pedal. It just...
What? What if they're all around you?
I'll drive.
Zombies.
I'll drive. Then it's time to go.
Drive through them. Hey, we're going through them.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I mean, I'm not going to be the next Reginald Denny.
Who?
I be like,
have my head beat in with a fire.
He was a trucker that got beat the shit out of in L.A. or wherever.
Yep.
Oh, didn't he get like a fuck ton of money though?
Well, he got beat together by a crowd of people. Who would he have sued? Wasn't like the city was involved.
The LAPD.
This was the Rodney King or Rodney whatever his name.
It was aftermath of Rodney King.
The riots.
We're not talking about Rodney King, the guy who was a drunk driver who didn't pull over and then got like a whole bunch of cops beat the crap out of him and instigated the riots. We're talking about a guy who was driving his truck, his work truck, like a truck or a semi-truck or something, through town while the cameras were in the helicopters watching the whole thing happen. A couple of guys pulled him out of his truck, and or no, he kind of came out of his truck, I think, and they just kicked the shit. No, they threw a rock at him, or a brick at him.
Yeah.
Went through the window, knocked him, basically gave him brain damage. They pulled him out of his truck and kicked the shit out of him until somebody else came up and pulled him away and saved his life.
And that is Reginald Denny, is his name.
So we're talking about
some dude saw it on the news, I think. Didn't that guy see it on the news and drive down there and help him?
I like to call him.
He was watching it happen on the news. He said he got the fuck up, went down there, and saved the guy while it was happening on the news. So standing there watching it fucking happen on the news, that guy got up and did something about it.
You've heard of endless beatdowns at Golden Corral, or like endless beatdowns at Red Lobster.
That doesn't happen at Planet Fitness, does it?
I hope not. If you go there at 3 in the morning, I don't think you're the only one working out.
The endless pasta bowl at Olive Garden.
Yeah,
it's
endless beatdowns at the Olive Garden.
Wrong? Is it endless beat-offs?
No, it's endless beatdowns on La Brea
That's a buffet I can get behind.
On the corner of La Brea and Slauson, if that even exists. I don't know. LA people, please tell me. I don't know. Shit is real.
Yeah, but those.
Did you watch any of the Pat Rogers thing, DB?
I watched like about a half hour of it, and they were like, they needed more alcohol, and I think they've probably gotten that so far. So now I'm gonna watch that shit tomorrow at some point.
Watch what?
Pat Rogers. Yeah, he died tonight. Yes.
I'm not. What's Pat Rogers?
He is a disciple of Colonel Jeff Cooper. He was working at Gunsight. He was part of the NYPD stakeout squad, as far as I remember. He was like a Either he was definitely military.
He was a Marine in Vietnam, and then served quite a bit there. Did a lot of stuff, and then was a NYPD, like DB said, and he served like 20 years there. Did a lot of stuff, and then has been an instructor that is an instructor's instructor. He's an instructor that's at the top tier. Like he said, a disciple of Cooper. Anyway, he just had a heart attack the other night, and he's got a real relationship with all of his students and his alumni. So they had a real touching tribute tonight, like a live chat basically, on one of the channels. I think he does podcasts. I don't watch him very much, but pretty much it was like a who's who of everybody who's an actual legit motherfucker. Got together, got all drunk, and sent Pat off.
How do you? I'm trying to find him. I'm trying to Google him. How do you spell his last name?
It would be Rodgers.
Yeah.
Rodg.
Yeah, Pat.
No D.
Pat.
Rogers.
Okay, no D. And
No.
then if you really want to find out, EAG Tactical was his company out of Ohio.
And then I posted it on the Every Second Matters just because I needed a place to put it so it wasn't bothering the lobby. So if you want to just go watch it, it's still over on Every Second Matters on Gun Channels.
He's old school though. I mean that's one of the legends. There's not many people who were. See, they'll brush by it real fast, and I don't blame him because he's so much more than that. But he was at Gunsight in '80. Yeah. Whatever the fuck. But if you were teaching with Cooper at Gunsight in the '80s, early '80s, late '70s, then you are the fucking shit.
Yeah. And he was a hell of a guy. So I don't know him, or didn't know him, but I know so many people that were, I guess, inspired and coached and fostered by him. And we all know there's so many things that exist because of his awareness and interest in making people get the best out of whatever they're doing. So, for example, the concept of loading your magazines before going to a class is one of the things they talked about tonight. That's like one of those little things that you don't think about it, but that had to start somewhere. And Pat Rogers is one of the guys that, instead of just watching shit happen, he thought about how to make everybody's life easier and how to get most out of stuff, and he taught in such a way that other instructors who were his pupils were able to take. I mean, they're always taken from each other, but Pat offered so much that some of the foundation shit that any good instructor is going to offer is a lot of that is from Pat. I mean, as far as modern anything. So, and he was just a hell of a guy. He was just a guy that could, what do they say, like light up a room or whatever. He's like a
right.
Just a good guy.
Was this the anniversary of his passing, or?
Oh no, he died yesterday of a heart attack suddenly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at Every Second Matters. It's not on the main page. Where?
I said it's on the Every Second Matters here on Gun Channels. So,
oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So just here, I'll throw the link inside here.
You're allowed to carry your gun, DB.
Yeah, I'm going anyway. I don't.
Yeah.
I was gonna carry anyway and let them fuck kick me out.
I found it on their website finally.
I'd be like, NRA versus Cooper, fuckers. Fuck you, I'm bringing this to the Supreme fucking Court.
I don't know.
You know, DB, you just don't have the same energy that you had earlier tonight.
It's been a long fucking day, man. You wouldn't even know. If I told you, you'd be like, holy shit, I'd pray for you. But I'll tell you this, though. I jumped in there. Matt needed some assistance in some WWF. At the end, we went off air. I literally, like, PayPal'd them money and told them, please forgive me. I told them during the chat, if I never get an invite to one of these chats again, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Jesus Christ! I haven't seen it yet. Did someone? I'm assuming someone mentioned Gary Johnson, and you just threw a chair at somebody else.
I said Gary Coleman. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, look, if you want to vote for that little fucking dead guy, Gary Coleman, you know, whatever.
Coleman's not dead.
Fucking do it, man. Go do
Gary
it.
Coleman is dead.
Trust me, them Democrats ain't voting for dead people. Only
Wait,
you
you're telling
voting
me Gary
for dead
Coleman's
people.
dead?
Oh, he been dead, son.
Yeah,
He been
only,
dead.
Only dead Democrats vote, so they
He
don't vote
been
for
dead, son.
That would have been much more effective, Flippy, if you'd said, "What you talking about, Willis?"
Yeah, his older brother been dead, son, and he dead too. So I don't really know, man. I was just like, well, honestly, I'm just trying to be entertaining at some point. I know I was arguing because I'm ready. I'm ready for this, man. I'm not that guy. I don't give a fuck if I was a low energy. If I had a low energy Jeb T-shirt, no shit. I had a T-shirt with Jeb Bush on it, and I'm still bitching about whatever third party. Man, we're so fucked, man. We're done.
Damned if we do, damned if we don't.
Yeah. What the fuck was Rand Paul? What the fuck was Ron Paul? What the fuck was Ted Cruz, if not a third party? You know, what the fuck was Ben Carson? What the fuck is Trump? You don't think he's third, fourth, fifth, sixth? Anyway, I don't know. I just came in there to cause mayhem. I thought I did. But, I apologize if I offended anybody.
Well,
you didn't offend
You'll watch
me.
it tomorrow. Watch it tomorrow. You'll
I
see.
mean-
I started screaming at motherfuckers. I was like,
You motherfucking piece of shit!
The names were a bit over the edge, but everything else was okay.
It was like, "Who the fuck are you? I don't know who you are."
I knew who it was. I knew it was Nice Strike. I got senior. I'm pulling seniority on this motherfucker, dude. G-Webs, what am I, number 3 on gun channels, dude? Seriously. So don't fucking play me, man. Who the fuck are you? I was serious. I was like, who the fuck are you? I knew who it was. I think it was Nice Strike.
Yeah.
I'm number 3 on gun.
Night's time.
Not kidding. My member. G-Webs will tell you my membership number is like 3. I know. Who the fuck are you, man? Fucking try to play me.
I thought it was Sean Connery you were talking to.
Nah, Night Strike started talking shit to me, and I was like, dude, I don't know who the fuck you are, man. I don't even know who you haven't talked all night.
What was Night Strike about?
He just tried to play me. Like, he just tried to, like, fucking say something like, well, you're wrong. And I'm like, dude, I haven't, we're 2 hours.
Or something.
We're 2 hours into the chat. You haven't said one thing in 2 hours. I don't know who the fuck you are, man.
He was doing devil's advocate, which sometimes other people do, don't they, DB?
That's me. Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. I was just really double. You really think I'm a Trump guy from Jump Street? I'm not. Listen, I don't fucking. I thought Trump would have dropped out by now. I thought in the beginning. I swear I thought he was a Clinton plant.
You know, I did put one comment down that got ignored because everybody was typing comments, but it's just a general point of thinking is all of those of us, and I include myself, that a year ago when the name Trump come up thought, oh yeah, that's a joke. How long will that last? No chance of that ever happening. And we were very confident about the thoughts that we had, and yet now that he's the GOP representative, how many people are still just as confident that, well, he made it, but there's still no way he'll beat Hillary.
Oh, I was still expecting him to drop out any day now. What are you talking about?
And I have no idea what, or I don't have a horse in that race per se as far as talking about it. But it's the confidence that people have that they were so sure he would never be the winner of the Republican.
I'm gonna tell you when my mind changed, Anna. When that liberal whack job who was like, I'm just trying to take his power from him. I was just trying to take all of his power from his body. That guy, when he jumped the fence and the Secret Service didn't catch him in time.
Oh yeah.
And he jumped and he was like right and Trump grabbed that podium and ducked like he was gonna shit his pants. I realized that this isn't a joke for him. Now he knows they can blow his brains out, and then he knows someone, like this is it. He's risking his life for this. I don't know what it's for. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that I knew at that point he's willing to die for whatever he's doing. Yeah. Because that's what it looked like to me. He grabbed that podium and he held on to, and he squatted down like he was going to shit in his pants. And then he looked over and he saw that they had the situation handled, and he stood back up tall and carried on. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess this guy's for real. I don't know. I'm not willing to die for some fake shit. That's just me. If it's all WWF, like I don't know. Like it seemed like I talked to a bunch of people who were like Trump supporters. I was like, oh yeah, I see what your man did today. Like it looked like he thought he was going to die, and man, I mean, it's for real for him.
I wasn't trying to get this conversation restarted. I just wanted to. I just had the one point. That's all.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a joke for him at this point. He would have dropped out already. That was my theory. Let's do it. That's why I jumped in the fucking Matt chat in the beginning. I swear to God, I jumped in and never enough ammo. I was ready to answer, like, hey, 38 plus B, that's fine. 380, whatever. Gold dot, HST, shit like that. That's what I'm into.
I super regret not listening to it live.
It's a wrap. It's whack as fuck anyway. No one. That's what I like about Matt's chats is he's got these questions from people who need answers. And we didn't get to them probably because of my drunk ass.
And to show you how fast it started, you went off 2 people into the introductions of the panels is when everything blew up.
Well, we were going on. We were
that's
about
when it went live. It went live.
Yeah.
DB was already.
We were a half hour into it. That's funny. I was in there like a half hour early, like just going off.
Well, if you get to the NRA, DB, you get to meet Rand Paul. So.
Oh fuck, that's awesome, dude. He's a fucking hero, man.
He's confirmed. He's confirmed going.
Are you serious? He's a fucking awesome.
Says Donald Trump.
Are you? Yeah, well, I wouldn't be able to. Maybe I could get close enough to Rand Paul to be like, "You're fucking awesome."
When politicians or famous people supposedly are going to show up at an event that's like all day, that means they might be there for maybe an hour.
Yeah.
At some point during that day.
Rick Perry will be at like the LaRue tactical booth for like 10 minutes. And I'll be like, "Hey, Rick Perry, you're funny, man. You're a funny guy."
You took a 2-hour flight or whatever to get here, yet you can only spend an hour on the floor.
Well, he is a Kentucky U.S. Senator, so he's local.
Rand Paul's a fucking hero. National hero. Anyway, yeah, that's awesome. I want to go look around. I heard that Glock is going to introduce a new gun. It's going to be a removable or zero finger groove gun. So that's going to be cool. I don't know if they're going to call it Gen 5, but...
No, I heard that, and I may have heard it from you just a few days ago.
I heard it from Larry Vickers on his website.
Oh, okay.
So he does the Lipsy. He does those Larry Vickers exclusive guns for the last few years.
Right.
So he hates the finger grooves. Like I've known that forever.
I'd be curious to find out what the minimum production run is if you want to sponsor a special run.
I think it's 2,000 or 1,000.
I thought it was lower than that.
That depends. I know HK did one that was like super low for hkpro.net. If you remember there, I backed out. I actually felt like a real ass because I was like, all right, I'm in to the forum. And they were like, all right, cool. And then like a year later, I got an email being like, send me $1,000. I was like, I'm good. I ain't got that much.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I was like, what? They're like, oh, well, no, it's no big deal. If you don't want it, like, there's so many others that want that spot that you had from a year ago. And then I was like, all right, fuck it. And then those guns went for super money, dude. Like some of those guys that sold their guns on Gunbroker, like later, used, they were fucking crazy money. So it was a special color. It had laser etching of the HKPro.net on the slide, and it had like night sights and all this crazy shit. So I wonder I think like we talked about this earlier, gun channels, if we could get like 500 people together, we could get the craziest custom thing, whatever we want. I'm pretty sure. Because I think HK Pro had like less than 500, maybe 500 to 700. I think what it was actually. So
we could have a gun channels canic.
Well, laser etching is nothing. It was the point that they did a custom color, and it was like baby poop. It was literally like tan baby poop on the HK. So like, we could go to Glock and be like, we want dark forest green frames, and we want night sights, and we want a laser etched gun channels logo on the slide, and we want it numbered like 1 of whatever, like 1 of 500 or 1 of 700. And they might do it. And then can you imagine if you were like, oh fuck, I gotta sell a gun, blah blah blah. You'd get on Gunbroker or something like that, and some collector would be like, oh yeah, that's a custom color. They never made it. That's laser etching, straight from the factory. Whatever the fuck. It's worth more than what you bought it for the day you get it. So
it's only what, like we'd have to have 2,000 Glocks made?
I don't even think it was that big of a deal. I think it might be less. It was like one guy. It was one guy in a forum. Just imagine if we like elected you, right, Flippy. You're in charge of placing the order and then getting the money from all of the gun channels people who said they would buy the gun, and then you send the money order to them, and then, well, I guess you'd have to have an FFL, but then even then you'd be like, okay, and then you'd have to track down me and all these other people on gun channels to get the fucking final, like the final payment and their FFL address. It was a project. It was a year-long project for whoever took that up on their back. So, it's not. I'm not saying it's easy, but it was definitely a discounted rate.
Indiegogo or something, and it'd be a little easier these days.
Yeah,
that's
you might
definitely
not
a cool idea.
You would probably streamline a little bit of it anyway. It would probably still be quite an undertaking.
I remember on HKPro.net or HKPro.com, there was one guy who was coordinating all of that shit, and he basically, he might have had an FFL, and he had to deal with fucking hundreds of people getting them the money order. And I remember when they finally got in contact with me, they were like, hey, we need the $800 or whatever the fuck. It was under 1,000, but for what you were getting, it was like a discount. It was like night sights and the custom frame, so it was hundreds of dollars off of what you normally get. And I was like, oh man, you hit me at a bad time, man. Like I don't have the money, blah blah blah. And he's like, all right, no problem. Like I'll just go to my list and pick the next person who's on waiting, and that was it. And it was a lot for that one guy, I can imagine. I remember because I went back to those threads in that forum, and they were like, we'd like to thank that one guy who fucking got all that money and processed everything. So in terms of group buys, it's totally possible. Can you imagine, like, not even guns, but like group buys on belts, holsters, fucking whatever it is, boots, whatever, accessories. Lights. If we contacted Surefire and we're like, oh, we want a custom run of whatever, I'm sure it's all doable if you have the numbers behind you. If you have that, hundreds of people or whatever.
I wonder what, short of a gun, which is obviously going to be expensive, what other gear item would be very popular in general? Like you mentioned, a holster, or a weapons light, or. And I'm not sure what else. Maybe a holster is
got channels T-shirts.
That if there was such an agreement that there could be a custom run of a design of a certain concealed carry holster that would be unique. Of course, I don't think it'd have resale value on like a gun.
I think it's like,
Someone's talking about video game shots.
I just think it's less than what we would normally think. That's all.
Yeah.
We might be like, oh, you might need thousands of people to do that, but I literally was on the list and watched HK Pro do it with a gun, and it wasn't that much. It wasn't that many people. So, well, we were talking about group buys a long time ago.
So here's one where they did 2,500 limited edition Glocks. I'm trying to see the numbers on some of these other ones.
That's not the Larry Vickers shit, right?
The Vickers one was 3,000 because there's 1,500 19s and 1,500 17s.
Yeah. And can you imagine, see the difference between the Vickers and stuff we would do is that Vickers went through a distributor that sells to every fucking gun shop in the country, mom and pop to corporate, and they called it it wasn't quite Ellipses, it was Ellipses gun. So it wasn't just a Vickers gun, it was Ellipses exclusive. So they had their fucking numbers sold. I mean, they knew they were going to sell out within a year. Whatever they bought, they knew they were going to sell out. They were fine with that. And that's the thing with us. Like, if we tried to do some shit like that, whatever number we would come up with, we'd have to know we were going to sell out within like a few months. A month, really.
I'll just make sure it's Canadian compliant.
Yeah, that would be the other issue, is we'd have to make sure that it was fucking in compliant with all the people on gun channels.
And that's why, and maybe it's not a good idea, but I keep going back to the gear option because then that's not much less of a problem.
Yeah, like a gun channels shirt.
Light just did like a titanium light, a copper light, and
light would be probably pretty easy because then you just need like to be able to do a bulk order and then have somebody etch it.
Or
like
just get a whole logo or something. And be like, yo, Surefire, would you do like some kind of like custom color or crazy shit on like a light if we order like a chunk of them?
Well, see, if that was possible, it would just make it even easier than having to have like both a distributor and someone to do the logo. If you could get it all done at one time.
Fuck it. Tomorrow if that's what you all want, I'll contact Surefire. They'd be into that.
Yeah, at least they speak English. All right, I'll tell you what. If you call there and you're like, hey, I'd like to speak to the whatever department, marketing, product, consumer, whatever the fuck department it is, they all speak English at Surefire, which is awesome. You call some other fucking company, they'll be like, what? Well, we don't understand what the language you're talking. That's it.
The language of money.
Oh, just like when me and Bob were harassing you guys yesterday about aluminium.
It's just like those old school videos of like Nuttin' Fancy at a SHOT Show, like 2009. And he'd be talking to like fucking Maxpedition, and none of them could speak English. It's not. That's it is what it is, man. I know Olight. One of my favorite light companies, Olight. They don't fucking. They don't speak English. You look at these companies' fucking headquarters. They're in China. They really are. So Surefire. I mean, you could call them and they'll pick up the phone. You could have a conversation.
When an American company goes to to Europe for a trade show, if they don't have salesmen that speak the language fluently, they hire representatives to be there for them, because they know how important it is for, like in France or Germany, to have someone represent your product that can fluently speak German or French. I don't understand why the Chinese don't get that concept.
Keep the cost down.
As little of the knife companies that I know of
that can't get the job done. I mean, it'd be cheaper to leave those guys at home and hire somebody, you know, let's say 2 people from the U.S. And keep those other 6 guys back in China.
These companies are very small, man.
Because the Chinese, what they do is that they'll do these little trade shows to kind of represent to the small people, but then when it comes to the big corporate companies, that's when they have their lawyers talk.
Well, I'm not talking about legal issues. I'm just talking about command of the language.
Oh yeah, no, like I understand what you're saying, but when it's like the Chinese or whatever, they'll send their peons out to the trade shows just to keep costs down, because they know that normal Joe Blow isn't going to be buying hundreds of thousands of product off of them. So they'll get the lawyers when it comes to the bigger companies wanting to buy mass product. And they get their lawyers to talk to the other companies' lawyers for transactions like that.
I remember looking at knife companies that were like Chinese owned, and they had one guy here in America who could speak, you know, English or whatever, and he changed his name legally to like an American sounding name, and then they would have these knives, and you'd be like, oh, those are a great deal, like, you know, whatever the fuck it was, $199, $200, and you'd be like, okay, well, they're made in China, but then the name would look like someone that like was an American. So, and then eventually it would be like, oh no, that whole company is Chinese. It's all made in China. And I remember knife guys flipping out, because you know what they're really, really concerned with, these fucking knife nerds, is that in China they can stamp something S30V, S35VN. They could stamp these steels anything they want, and they don't have to pay attention to law. So that when they get here, you could literally be buying that shit could be copper or tin, or you know, it could be. It doesn't have to be stainless steel. It doesn't have to be what they say it is. It can just, as long as it says made in China, that's the only real like fucking thing that they care about. Or and that's what's fucked up, is that it's the materials and not so much the craftsmanship, but they can literally lie and say, bam, S30V.
They also use a lot of misleading terminology, like designed in the USA, because they take a U.S. design and then make it in China. So somewhere it's going to say made in China in really, really tiny, up under an edge of a scale or something. And then somewhere else it's going to have like USA design or genuine U.S. design or something like that. Make it misleading that you, at first glance, you think that it's an American-made product.
Yeah.
But then, you know, but it's not. It's because they just based it off of whatever. So when you,
well, they don't have they don't have the proper copyright law, trademark law, whatever the fuck it is. They don't pay attention to that shit.
You know, it's consumer protections against, you know, because it's fraud. If you say a product has X in it, and instead it has Y, that's fraud.
But they get away with it in China.
Right. Because who's going to say, well, for this knife that I paid, you know, $100, $50, $200, whatever for, I'm going to get an attorney, an international attorney, take them to an international court and sue them. Nobody's going to do that.
Yep. That's why I'm staying away from that shit.
I mean,
In
the
terms
only
of Chinese lights, though, I don't really care.
I mean,
I'm
the
not
only
big
people
fan.
that could are like state's attorneys that represent the state that they're from, because they do that for children's toys all the time.
EDC lights, little tiny lights, Olight, you really can't go wrong with an Olight. You can't go wrong with a Sunway Man, or you can't go wrong with these like little, just for a literal like pocket light where you drop your phone in a movie theater or whatever it is.
I have
anything other than that where you're betting the light for like other stuff. Yeah, stay away from it.
I have an Olight, and it is by far the best light I have ever had.
I agree. I have an Olight that's so I've dropped it. It's about 4 years old, and I've dropped it on concrete and constant, like
I mean,
all the time. It works.
I mean, one of the things is like on a lot of lights, to change from one mode to another, you got to play like the drums on the tail switch. Click, click, click.
Oh yeah, I hate that. Yeah,
Click,
where you have to
click.
click it through and end up getting at the like seizure-inducing mode, and get stuck in it, and yeah.
Well, on the Olight, there's a tail cap for turning it on and off, but then there's one, like if you hold it with your thumb, you can just press and release. It's up by the lens, and take it through the modes rather than that have to go clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack. It's just a whole lot easier to go from mode A, B, C, D, E back to A, rather than be master of the tail switch.
This is my favorite light. This is a Sunway Man, total fucking Chinese, whatever. VR, what is it? V11R Revolution. Sunway Man has a magnetic ring on the. Look how small this fucking thing is. It's a 1CR2, 1CR, whatever. So it's a clicky, right? So it's either like you touch it for momentary, or you click it for constant. That's it. But what's cool about it is you can adjust the lumens from, I think it's like 2 something, all the way down to 1 with this magnetic ring. So you can barely see this fucking iode is like on. And then with the ring, you can real time like adjust it from 0 all the way out. So it's infinite adjustable. And this fucking light was high end when I bought it, like 4 years ago. I have done everything to this light to break it. And it's made in China. You know, and customer service is probably a shit show. You know, if this broke, whatever. But it's in terms of innovation, they were innovating past when American companies were like, all right, we're good. You know, this is cool for a pocket light. Like, that's good enough. Like Streamlight and Surefire. And these Chinese companies were definitely doing shit that was pushing the fucking envelope so that the American companies would have to be like, oh, wow, they're doing that now? Okay, well, we better catch up a little bit. And that's what's good. That's competition. Not in terms of price, but in terms of actual innovation. Because I've never seen some of the shit that those Chinese lights, like the Olight, the Streamlight, Olight, Sunway Man, like Claris, there's a bunch of them. We're pushing the innovation envelope more than the price. And they're awesome. So, yeah. And they're all Cree LEDs, whatever. Whoever makes Cree, I don't know if that's an American company. I remember like 7 years ago reading about them, and like I bought my first cool light. Yeah, if we would have all chipped in and invested in Cree, we all would have been better off because they made the.
My brother hates them.
They
he's
make
a firefighter,
everything.
and his whole company hates them.
Cree?
They hate them. They hate Cree.
They make the LED for every single light.
They hate
Cree. They are the OEM. Yeah, they make it for everybody. For Surefire, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like the light itself is, but it's like the helmet lights that they have were supplied to them by Cree, they hate them. They cannot stand them. They went out and and I think their captain bought them a bunch of lights until they could get some funding to get some more lights. He went out and just bought them out of his pocket because those lights were such crap, they said.
There's basically Cree.
I don't even know if you can get a flashlight that doesn't have a Cree
LED.
Well, the entire thing for these helmet lights, the entire thing is made by Cree. It's not just a Cree bulb. The entire thing is made
they
by
became
Cree.
a brand. Yeah, they made so much money, they became a brand. And then I walked into Home
everything
Depot.
has a Cree bulb in it, or whatever you call those things now.
They're
not really a bulb anymore.
It's an LED emitter, is what the proper term is.
Yeah.
But I walked into Home Depot like 3 years ago, and they had an entire Cree brand LED light bulbs, just like GE light bulb, or back in the day we'd buy GE. And so Cree had so much money from being a pioneer, they became a brand name.
Now that I didn't know they were selling stuff under their own name.
Well, maybe not to civilians, but if you went into like Home Depot, you could bought a Cree brand light bulb, LED emitter light bulb.
Yeah, I bought replacement emitters just so I have them on hand, because I have like 4 flashlights. The typical, take the 18650 battery types, like you would have as a weapons light.
I got a ton of different flashlights like that I've tried out different ones to see how they are and stuff. And there's a few of them are good. Most of the ones I've got are junk, but pretty much every time I run across one, I end up buying it.
I like a common battery, so even if I change from one type of flashlight to another, it uses the same battery and they're all rechargeable. So I'm not always going out, I need another oddball battery that doesn't...
Yeah.
But once it's dead forever.
You're right, though. All the brand name light companies all used Cree. It was Cree, and then they had model numbers like XML, UML, like all these weird, numbers and letters. It was like, whatever. The point is that it didn't matter if you bought a Streamlight or a Surefire and it had a Cree XML emitter, boom. But what I realized recently was that it's not just the emitter, it's not just the Cree actual emitter part that makes the difference. It's also the reflector, it's also the unit. So, there is definitely a higher quality there.
Well, yeah,
and in some cases, the lens itself, because some of them have a magnifying lens. I've got a little Coast that has a lens. It's got a focusing lens on it. You can actually focus it to be spread the light out, and that lens has a lot to do with how good that light is, because it's a magnification lens. And that lens makes all the difference in that little bitty light, because that little tiny light, if you focus it just right, it's almost as much light. It's like 120 lumens or something, but it's almost as much light output as my 330, I think is what my Defender puts out. My Surefire.
Yeah, but there's a whole bunch of, if you want to geek out, the orange peel on the reflector and how much spillage of the light you get beyond just the direct beam. And all those things roll up into what DB was talking about. It's more than just the emitter. It's like you said, it's the lens, it's the reflector, and is it smooth or is it orange peel? Because that'll all affect not just how much wider it is, but how much brighter it is beyond just the main beam.
Yeah, because lumens is only half of the story. I mean, you
Well,
got
they
all
measure
that
them
other crap
differently.
that goes in there. Yeah.
They measure them out the front.
Yeah, because some of them measure them at the focal point. Some of them measure them at a certain distance, and so you get different numbers mean different things.
Right. They're almost like meaningless, like the Chinese descriptions of their products.
Like horsepower, measure it at the wheels or measure it at the
or Chinese steel.
Yeah.
I mean, they can say it's one thing and it's something very different.
Yeah, I just use a $20 Bushnell's.
Yep.
140 lumens.
Yeah, I got one of those too.
I mean, for the most part, once you're at or just over 100 lumens, that's going to do for the vast majority of everything.
Yep.
I mean, I often wonder when I see like these 1,000 lumen lights, it's like, my God, what are they? I mean,
they're trying to light up an entire fucking wall. Like if you were in a Walmart and it went dark, like or a Home Depot or like, just try to imagine the biggest building you were in.
well, I'm thinking like if you're a security guard and you're walking an alley that's a block long, yeah, you might need that kind of light.
Yeah.
Or like you said, in some super large building that's dark.
Yeah, I think 500 is the brightest I have, and I can see like it's intense. It'll cut through shit too, like, and depending on which light I have, some have like a focal beam, like they're throwers and they're spills.
Right.
So some of them have spill, and you see like a big ass area. Some of them are just so intense on that beam that you can see very, very far away, like fucking 100, 200 yards, with just 500 lumens. So I don't know, 1,000 lumens, and the lumen war is
it's
over.
How's the battery life on that 500 lumens? So?
If you go to high power, you're only going to get about a half hour of that's it.
Yeah, see,
they're all adjustable.
That's a trade-off that you have to go with.
Yeah, but most of them have lower modes where you can go lower.
Yeah.
Like my Surefire has a 500, and then the next, if I click the button and click it again, it'll go to 15, and then that 15 is like good for like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, on my Olight, the lowest setting is like it's either 10 or 15 lumens, but then it has 4 other settings higher than that, and the highest one is about 500 lumens. So, and I don't really need 500, so most of the time I keep it at like the just one setting above the minimum, and that's good enough for, again, 99% of what I need it for.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the low setting is on my Surefire, but it's still fairly bright. It's as bright as like a D-cell mag light on that setting. I mean, that's not very much, I don't think. It's probably, 50, 60 lumens?
Yeah, and if you're using it, if you're working on something and you just need to look inside something to get, especially like inside the action of a black-on-black gun.
Yeah, you'll blind yourself trying to look even under the hood of your truck. I was my power steering pump was going out on my truck, so I used my Defender to shine under the hood of my truck to undo the cap and look down in there because I didn't know what was wrong. I knew it was power steering, but I didn't know if it was leaking or what was going on. So I almost blinded myself, the shiny black down there, where the power steering pump was, and that it reflected back up at me and nearly blinded me. All that light coming back up. I needed like, I don't know, 1/10 of that amount of light to actually see under there.
Exactly. And that's a good example. Sometimes you don't need massive lumens. You need a bigger spill but lower power.
Yeah.
I did, when G-Webs was here earlier, before I got here, did he mention how the van went today? Any issues or still going strong? Or?
He didn't really mention it.
Okay.
He mentioned about talking about his van, but then he stopped.
But then he never did. He started talking about Planet Fitness instead.
Yeah, I'm just curious because he did get it for such a low price, but yet he said day one went really well. I'm just curious as far as has he started putting on some of the preventive maintenance things like upper and lower radiator hoses and fan belts. I mean, I know you had to put a new battery in it because it didn't have a battery. But it's like, I mean, back in the 70s, I had my first several cars were always pieces of junk that just had, the tires would hold air. And if I didn't have the money or got lazy and didn't change the hoses or keep on top of stuff like that, within weeks something would go and I'd end up needing a tow.
Yeah, he didn't post anything on Instagram.
Well, I know yesterday he was saying that he was getting new plugs, wires, and distributor cap for it. So.
Oh, okay. So I guess he's just waiting for it to come in.
Yeah, I think I was expecting some of that stuff to come in today. So I don't know if it came in or not, but
yeah. I even tried talking him into getting an EFI carburetor for it, but he wouldn't go for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you said the price was $1,500 and he only spent $700 on the van.
Yeah, but
what it reminds me of is where I drive around to make a little spare cash. Especially on the weekends, I see a fair number of cars that the tires and the rims and the suspension are probably worth 3 to 4 times more than the actual vehicle that they're attached to. They're made to look like Hot Wheels cars.
I see that every first of the month.
Yeah, exactly. It's that crowd that all of a sudden, Friday, Saturday night, they got to get out the Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, they've got $3,000 tires and wheels, stereo, and the car is full of rust holes and everything else.
Yeah. But they'll wash the car and literally wax the rust. I mean, it's crazy what they do. It's like, wait a minute, I can see rust all over the car. Just because you washed it doesn't mean it's some hot thing.
Hey, now, when I was 16, I bought myself my very first $500 vehicle. It was an '86 Dodge Ram Charger, and I put about $3,000 in stereo in it.
I pretty much did the same thing.
Yeah, I can't say.
Get that a hell of a stereo.
Yeah, I can't say anything about stereo. That's one thing I did.
And I put a good stereo in mine too. But my stereo I could remove and put it in a different car.
Well, yeah. I mean, with a little effort.
Any stereo, you can do that.
Right.
It took a forklift to take. It took a forklift to get my stereo out.
Yeah, good thieves can get a stereo out in seconds.
Well, yeah.
No, it took a forklift to get my stereo in my Ram Charger.
Yeah, I had cooling fans for my amplifiers.
Oh my God!
Stubs. Yeah, I had a.
Well, I also grew up in the time where stereos were just a self-contained unit. At least automotive stereos. You didn't have amplifiers and equalizers and all that stuff.
I think you're trying to date yourself.
Oh no, I had all that stuff.
No, I am dated. I'm giving you the evidence to show you how dated I am.
Yeah, I had a.
I think 8-track player and that's more than one unit probably.
But even the self-contained stereos that you could get from an electronics store were still so much better than the standard ones that came in the car. So we were still thrilled.
Depending on what manufacturer you went with.
In the 70s, who had a good stereo? Standard.
Dodge.
No, they didn't.
Nope.
Dodge.
We replaced the stereo in a 2001 Caravan because it sucked.
Yeah, but we're talking about the 70s. Back in the 70s.
Dodge Dart.
In the 70s,
I learned how to drive in a Dodge Dart.
My 03 Durango had a pretty kicking stereo in it. I mean, not only did it have a CD changer and a cassette player in it, in 03 it still had a freaking cassette player.
Right.
Now, that was pretty awesome. It also had some badass speakers. Had freaking MB Quart speakers in the door. And I didn't even know that they came with those.
Well,
and this was factory shit.
My Ram Charger, my 79 Ram Charger, it had AM, FM, 8-track, and CB radio, all built into one.
Now, I'm also, when I say that they sucked, I'm referring to the quality of the sound, not the features. Now,
That's mostly speakers.
Now, today, in virtually any car, you're going to get AM, FM, and most likely a CD player as standard. And you're going to get, as compared to the early 70s, just the quality of the sound is going to be significantly better on just the base, not the base, but the entry level.
Yeah, but also in modern vehicles, as you're driving, you're not trying to fix the frequency.
Well, yeah, they're digital rather than analog. And you don't have to listen to every cylinder fire.
I was going to say the Roadrunner has an AM radio with a dash speaker. So,
yep.
I know my 70 AAR had I think an AM FM.
Wow.
Oh, my 77 Warlock, the stock stereo that was in it was only an AM stereo, and it only had the center dash speaker.
Yeah, and that's, you know, having one. Then that's what I mean by putting something else in on your own. You'd put like 2 Jensen speakers in the back, and so you'd have stereo instead of mono. And you take in the front speaker, you would just disconnect because it couldn't handle the amperage or the watts, I should say. And you'd actually experience something called bass, which we never had with that front little speaker.
Yeah.
But also, it all depends on what type of vehicle you had. If you had the low end model, yeah, you were lucky if you had a stereo. If you had the top end model, yeah, you had your 8-track, AM, FM, and maybe a 4-speaker system.
That's true. But the 4 speakers were just 4 speakers. Instead of having 1 speaker up front, they got 4 of the same quality and put them in different locations. It's not like you get 4 better speakers.
But when you're talking quality, like there's a difference between today and talking about the quality from back then and comparing it to today.
Oh, there's no comparison.
But if you were back in the 70s trying to compare your stereo with your buddy's stereo, that's totally different.
Now, did any of you ever experience, I think it was on the AM band, if you were at like a stoplight, you could actually hear your ignition firing through the AM? You could hear
my 86 Ram Charger, I could do that.
Yeah, if you had a fracture in the insulation of your spark plug wires on any of them, whenever that one would fire, it would cause you get a bleed over in the frequency over to the AM band.
You get that in the FM band too.
Oh, do you?
It just goes. It goes through the electrical system and comes out through your speakers. Any kind of a shielding problem, anytime that the shielding in the ignition system is compromised, it'll go through the electrical system and you'll hear it through your speakers.
Yeah, I had that issue with my 2008 Chevy.
Do you guys have, at least in modern gasoline automotive cars, how many volts are running through the ignition system? It used to be insanely high. Is it still that way?
Oh yeah.
Should be 12 volts.
No, not to this. Not in the
Well,
ignition.
like your ignition coil, it takes the 12 volts and amplifies it to, I think, 2 or 5 amps to ignite your spark for your spark plugs.
Because I was going to say, all automotives are 12-volt systems. It's just the amperage that you're talking about, probably.
Right.
Yeah, the alternator would put the 12 volt system to the coil, and then the coil would amp it up to 120 volts. Or 120,000 volts, sorry.
There you go. That's the number. I was going to say 28,000 volts.
Yeah. Me, I always bought the higher end coils, so they were usually around 135 to 165,000 volts.
Yeah. And to 28,000, I think was just more towards the low end standard sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that was like the 4 cylinders and leading tower powers.
Now, so on cars today, are they still in the tens of thousands?
Oh, yeah.
Because I had heard, and I don't know if this is true, because that obviously the voltage is high enough, but I don't know what the amperage is as far as dangerous to a human being.
Well, 1 amp can kill you.
Right, because it would interfere with your heart. But I don't know if there was enough amperage to make that a go. Obviously enough volts, but maybe not enough amps. And Flath, I know you're a truck and car guy, and I know, Sean, you mess around with them. Pink, I don't talk to you enough, or I haven't talked to you about trucks or cars, so I'm not sure. Are you?
I'm a backyard mechanic.
With modern cars, or?
I'm a backyard mechanic, you could say.
Okay. So what's your?
I could change an alternator in a Subaru if I had to.
So what would be your
what
best
about an
guess?
Oldsmobile, though?
Oh, I don't know.
So what would be your best guess on the voltage in a modern vehicle on the ignition system?
Modern? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
If you are running a 115 volt motor, that is 14 amps.
Yeah, here's the speakers I had in my old stereo system. Bazooka tubes.
Bazooka tubes. Oh my God, I haven't heard of those.
Now, I gotta ask you, what kind of music were you thumping out of those monsters?
I'll tell you right now, well, I had a pair of them. And if you never thought that it had it, Barney actually has a lot of bass in those songs. Because when my daughter was 2-3 years old, every time she was in the car, we could not listen to anything but Barney. And yeah, pretty much any music you stuck in here had bass.
Obviously, you had the speakers to pump it out, but did you have it set that way with an equalizer as well?
Oh yeah, I had 1 amp running a pair of bazookas. Had 1 amp running. Let's see, 2, 4, 6 mid-range speakers, and then I had 1 single amp for my top end tweeters and stuff, and had an equalizer and head unit, everything.
So with these modern massive bass systems, is it possible? Because I've seen vehicles where they vibrate the mirrors on my car.
Yep.
And I keep on thinking that at some point, would they not break the seal between their windshield and the car? Not break the windshield, I just mean the seal.
Oh, I worked with a guy that blew his front windshield out.
That all of a sudden it would rain and the rain would be coming in because they've broken the seal.
Yeah, I know people who did that.
Yeah, I had to literally line my vehicles with sound deadening material.
Okay. And again, not always, but most of the vehicles that I see that are like what I'm describing are the Hot Wheel Friday night, first of the month type cars.
Well, the last car I had this in was an RX-7, so.
So you had a sportsmobile that rocked.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you have a Wankel engine in that rotary?
Did I have a what engine?
A rotary engine in the RX-7?
Oh yeah, that thing was sweet. I think I sold it with 190,000 miles on it, and it was still running strong.
That's what the RX stands for.
When it was Mazda first in the early 70s, they first came out like the first just couple years with just little piston, like 3 and 4 cylinder cars, and then they tried to come out with their whole line being the Wankel design, which is the rotary engine.
Yep.
And then they tried it for a couple years, and then they kept it in the performance model, but then the rest of their cars went back to piston drive.
Yeah, because the rotary engine wears out quicker.
And my cousin's husband, I don't think it'd be really a relation to me technically, but he bought one brand new, and he said even in the summer, but it was not the RX version. It was one of the cheaper versions. But he said even when it's warm out, you got to let it warm up. You just can't jump in it, turn the key, and 15 seconds later be driving. He says because there was just no power until the engine actually heated up. Now, of course, that was, although it was in a production mode, the design was really not ready for prime time yet.
The whole issue with the rotary engine on why that you needed to get it to warm up because the oil is actually pumped right into the cylinder bore instead of it being splashed up in like a piston style.
Right.
So it takes a while for that oil to warm up so it can properly lubricate everything properly. So if you just start the cold engine,
it gets splashed up. Those rotors have almost like fins on them. Those were the seals. I thought those would have circulated around and pretty much lubricated the whole engine compartment.
Well, the rotary engine is I can't remember. I'm not a big expert on rotary engines. I despise them.
Well, there may have been more than one system to try to get the oil around.
Mazda is probably the only manufacturer that actually mastered the rotary engine.
The rotary engine is the only one that will actually, you can convert to a hydrogen. It's the only one that will run on hydrogen fuel. I do know that.
What weight oil did they recommend that you put in the RX?
I think I always used either 5 or 10 W30.
Okay, because I have a 2014 Honda Civic, and the oil that it came with, as well as what they recommended, I had never even heard of. It's 0W20.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, right?
It's
right
just
here,
a super thin oil.
The only parts, I mean, the reason the Mazda rotary engine lasts forever is because the only rotating parts on this are the ends of the shafts, and then right here, these right here are the rotors, the twin rotors that are in the engine. On the tips of each one of them is like a fin, and that's the almost like the ring of a piston. And that's what rotated around inside the engine.
Yeah,
But each bank, one is intake, one is exhaust, and trying to think of what the third bank was. But that's why it can actually run on hydrogen, because it's not using the same chamber for combustion as it is for the intake.
Yeah, the rotary, one's intake, one's combustion, and one is
exhaust.
Exhaust, yeah. The exhaust and intake are the same port, I believe.
No. Oh, no, right here. You got the top chamber, bottom chamber, and then the intake.
The other thing about the weight of oil that I use is I could only find one manufacturer that made that weight of oil.
That's possible too.
Which is, again, really odd that Honda would pick an oil that I mean, locally in my town, it's not available. And we have 4 gas stations in my town. Can't get them at any place. Now, there's no Walmarts in my town, but if I go to the big city, where every name brand store is typically there, including auto parts stores like AutoZone and O'Reilly's, they don't carry it.
Well, you can still get away with using 5W.
Well, I could. It's since it's so odd to me. I don't know, why does it need to be so extremely different than your traditional 10W30 or 5W30 or?
Oh, like my Land Rover. The hell does it use? It uses 20W40. And then
Isn't the Land Rover a high torque engine?
I
mean, for its size.
It's well, they say it's a high performance engine, but it's only a 4-liter V8 that maybe puts out 220 horse, if that. But it's you can only use premium fuel in it, and yeah. So the only oil I could use, I could go down to the Mercedes dealership or the Land Rover dealership and buy it, because it's technically diesel oil.
I know years ago, and I want to say it was in the 90s, when manufacturers switched from your traditional 10W30 or 10W40 down to 5W30, that it was, I don't know who figured it out, and I'm assuming engineers were aware of this for a long time. It just, the people making decisions did not understand it, but they were able to get 1 to 2 miles greater efficiency in almost all vehicles by running that type of oil versus a 10W30.
Oh, it's just thinner oil. It's
right.
It's a lighter oil, so everything.
But for the rating system, when they sell a car and they create that sticker that says it gets so many miles per gallon, that they could raise each car by 1 or 2 miles per gallon, so that their fleet mileage for all their models goes up. and it's easier to meet your federal requirements. Because that's, as an example, how Chevy is allowed to make the Corvette something that uses a lot of gas, is because most of their fleet mileage, which is an average of all their models,
Yeah.
relatively high. Just like how Dodge is allowed to make the Viper. If it wasn't for their higher mileage cars, they couldn't do that under U.S. law.
But also, like Chevy and Dodge and all that, they also have their little 1.4 liters, which helps their fleet numbers.
Yes. Well, oh yeah. I don't mean it's solely the oil, but you take a 1.4 and then you put a oil that's almost like water. I mean, you dramatically lower the resistance, and the less resistance, the more energy savings you have, and that results in less gas used.
Yeah. Yeah, because thinking about my Chevy pickup, I have to use 0W20, I believe, in it.
Now, where you live, does it get as cold as where Bob lives?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that do you have to change it for winter, for when it does get minus 60 Celsius?
Well, let's just say 40 below Celsius and 40 below Fahrenheit are the exact same.
Okay.
If I am driving some of my older vehicles, yes. Like my old Ram Charger, I would use 5W30 in the summer, or I use 10W30 in the summer, and I'd use 5W30 in the winter. Just so then when it gets cold out, that oil isn't as thick and sludgy upon first fire up.
So for any vehicle sitting outside that you want to run the next day, do you use those oil warmers where you plug it in overnight?
No. Me personally, no. I none of my vehicles have ever seen a block heater.
How, as a percent of people who live not in town, but let's say just out of town, where not everything is convenient, how common or uncommon would you say it is for people to use those things? Or do they use something else?
Well, like me, like there's a lot of like the country folk out here, they pretty much plug everything in. Most of everything out here are diesel, and you have to plug them in because they use a heavyweight oil, and the diesel will actually turn to gel.
Okay. Now,
so if you don't plug your vehicle in, you're not going to start your engine. You'll be lucky if your engine even turns over.
Now, there's something that I know, and I want to know how effective it is. There's people I know that when it gets cold, they'll put a fuel additive whenever they fill up their diesel engine, and then they don't have to plug it in. Now, is that kind of just like pissing into the wind, or does that actually have?
No, it works. The fuel additive is we use that right around fall, just around the time that the gas stations are switching from their summer fuel to their winter fuel.
Okay.
Because summer fuel will gel up a lot sooner than the winter fuel. But then once all the gas stations get their winter fuel in, all of those additives are already in the winter fuel.
Okay, so you don't need to use it then.
Yeah.
And so what temperature is that good for until you would need to get a engine block heater?
For diesels, I'd have to say when it gets to, let's say, 5 degrees.
Okay, so just above freezing.
Yeah.
Okay, so diesel, gels at a fairly high temperature then.
Well, diesel will start to gel right at freezing.
Okay.
It's, like if you took a jug of canola oil. If you take canola oil, that is the same. That's almost the same consistency as diesel fuel.
All right.
And if you put a jug of canola oil in your freezer and you try to pour it out, it's going to take a while.
I got one more geeky diesel fuel question for you. Back in the olden days, and by olden days I'm referring to, let's say, the 40s, both before the war and immediately after the war, how did people keep their diesels running in the wintertime?
You don't turn it off.
So if somebody lived, farmers had tractors.
There are I'm third generation oil field. I remember as a kid, my dad left his diesel truck running all winter long. Because as soon as you turned your truck off, there was a high chance that your truck was not turning back on.
So,
that was in the 90s.
So with like the 4-door truck you have in your thumbnail picture, if that were to run, from when you get home until you go to work in the morning, let's say you just had a day trip.
Yep.
How much gas would you use having it idle all that time?
12-hour period, probably a quarter tank.
Okay. And is there not a problem with excessive carbon buildup over doing that repetitively?
Well, if you're hitting the highway right away, all that carbon burns out. Now, these modern vehicles with the cats, the carbon would probably plug the cats up pretty damn quick.
Plug? I don't know what you mean by plug the cats up.
The catalytic converters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say all the newer semis, they've got a small little. Yeah, they've got a small little engine on them that circulates all the fluids and everything else.
Yeah, that fucking EGR crap.
Okay. But yeah, I went it's cheaper when I get I'm currently in a building with multiple units in it, and so it's not really convenient for me to change my oil here because I don't have the facilities to do it, practically speaking. And before I moved here, I had always changed my oil. But it's cheaper for me to buy my own oil and bring it to my mechanic and have him change the oil than it is if I pay him to buy the oil.
Oh, yeah.
Again, because he literally cannot get this 0W20.
That's weird.
And again, maybe it's just because I live in a small town. So I always try to keep. I got a 5-quart for changes, and then I always buy a spare quart for topping off periodically.
Oh, do you have a Chevy dealership?
No, there's no dealerships in my town.
Oh, okay.
Small town.
I live in a small town. We got 4 dealerships, but
yeah.
I'm also in truck. I'm also in truck country too, so.
Yeah, we got used car and used truck dealers.
Yeah, no, that's weird. Yeah, no, I was going to say, if you got a Chevy dealership nearby, just go and get oil off of them, because all the modern Corvettes take 0-20. Even my truck takes 0-20 because it's got the Corvette engine in it.
Yesterday, as a matter of fact, is when I went to Walmart and I bought another 5-quart jug, and I want to say it was like $22.98, so I'll call it $23. And I guess for 5 quarts, that's not too bad, because an individual quart at Walmart, the same weight, they wanted $8 for 1 quart.
$8, wow.
But if I buy it in the 5-gallon, then it's almost half of that. I don't know what 23 divided by 5 is, but off the top of my head. But it's a lot less than $8.
Yeah, you're a little over $5 a liter.
And the other reason I was asking is to see if I could find maybe a different manufacturer of this same weight oil, and see if, because it's Mobil 1, and that I could buy just individual quarts from, where I don't have to pay the 8, because I don't always want to buy 5-gallon stuff when I'm just looking for something just to top off a little bit if it's starting to drop a little bit.
Castrol.
Yeah, I mean, Walmart carries every brand I can think of, but they may not necessarily carry every offering.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a wall of nothing but, from 7 feet high down to your ankles of every manufacturer of every weight you've ever seen possible of oil. So, well, I got to try to get to bed again. So, I'll catch you guys later.
All right, bud. Talk to you later.
Yep.
Darren, I think I'm going to shut this one down. I think you, me, and Moon, or you, me, and Dr. No are the only ones up right now. So I'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Same time, same place. Gunchannels.com. Talk to you later.